Hey, yo, it's me, Pops Van Marmalade, and you're watching the Comics-Related Madness Network. Huh? So come get some CRoM Con. CRoM Con.
Come get some.
First world, come in and take a seat. Pay us no attention, it's all conspiracy. We have satire and parody, some funny, some perverse. If none of it's offensive to you, you'd be the first.
Fairview's coffee has mysteriously gone missing. Mayhem ensues when strange, coffee-craving zombies plague the city. Detective Mickey Potatoes, an overworked public servant, uncovers why ordinary citizens are losing their minds and how to stop the coffee apocalypse. But it involves the mafia. And when you're dealing with mafia crime families, nothing is ever easy. The mafia controls everything in the city, including the police, including him. If he breaks the mafia, they will break him. So, the city is without coffee. The city is burning before his very eyes, but he's powerless. Detective Potatoes has the power to stop the coffee apocalypse, but if he does, he could lose everything.
Won't you get in trouble if the boss shows up?
Oh, no, it's the boss here? Hey, wait, I'm the boss.
What's up? What's up? Welcome to another, holy crap, CRoM Con 34. 34. And that ain't even counting them times I did it in Europe, for Europe. So this would actually be the 37th time that we've come out to do CRoM Con. 37 times. 37 straight months. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm looking at my text box because there's stuff happening over there, but here we go, yo. It's CRoM Con 34, and I have some friends in the backstage. You guys know them. You'll love them. Well, probably most of them.
I'm a strange guy.
Really?
Yeah, I worry. I mean, little things bother me.
And I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
We're all alone, no chaperone can get our number. The world's in slumber, let's misbehave.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here. Get out of here, man. Shit, I'm saying.
What's up, Rich?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm very, very good. Just relaxing, drawing some stuff, and then I'm gonna do a little bit of digital painting later and just check out all the cool guests that you're gonna have today and have fun with my friends, and that's it, pretty much.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We got more friends. We got more people in the backstage. You guys know this guy.
Afternoon, gentlemen. How the devil art thou?
That is my friend.
Amazing.
Well, we're also joined by one of our other showrunners, one of our newer showrunners to the network, Mr. Timothy Fling from Water Wars.
Morning, guys.
Timothy, Water Wars.
Thanks for having me on. Pleasure to be here. I do have some. I'll be ducking in and out today. I'm doing my fulfillment on my Kickstarter.
Nicely done, man. Nicely done. Congratulations on your success.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. And I'll be showing. I do have some reveals. I'll be able to show you guys some neat merch and some things that we're trying out. Pops has seen a couple of these. We show some of them over on the other show, which is called the Show Offs. But you know, guys, I've been trying some new stuff as far as how am I going to get people to notice these books.
Yeah.
And there are things like, I'll show you what I brought for the show, for later today. I got the, what it is, it's a poster that's printed on luminescent paper. It's sort of like I guess you'd call it a shiny paper.
Yeah.
But it has sort of like a layer to it. It's like a thick eggshell is on the paper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
And then the second thing is I've been dabbling with what they call the laser engraved products. We're going to be doing wood, slate, and we might even do a coin. But I'll just quick show you one of these. Pops, you saw this one, but that is what these will now look like for our Kickstarter backers.
Sweet.
Yeah, and you really got to see them in person. You can see how there's like a little bit of they have what I call a stain on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same like you'd stain a piece of furniture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's up, Billy?
Oh, that looks great.
I got 4. This is by a company called Nerdables. The guy's name is Wes. He's looking to work with comic people. He did a terrific job for us. I got one more. This is the new book. This is on Kickstarter right now in pre-launch. That's Call of the Cryptid. You see, you got Bigfoot.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Looks lovely, man.
Thanks, man. So I wanted to share those with the group. And I got some stuff for later, too. And like I say, these are things that everybody's getting right now. I'm going to get one of these over to Pops, too. What they are is they're samples from this fella who's, he's trying to reach out to the comic people. And, he wants to do marketing for his company, too.
Yeah.
And by the way, they do all kinds of things over there. And we're very satisfied with the work that he's done for us.
Question is, does he ship to the UK?
I don't know the answer. I'd have to ask that question. But I bet you, I can tell you that there's a little bit of like what they call basically like a mold time and like it takes a little bit of prep, a little bit of setup.
Yeah. Yeah,
you guys are artists, so you'll get this. Sometimes if it's like a color piece, you got to like pull some stuff back and push the blacks forward, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily a graphic designer, but Rich, I tell you what, I bet the kind of stuff you're doing would look great.
Yeah, maybe. Sorry about that. You caught me for a minute there. I was paying attention to this. As far as taking this art and having him do what he does with that material?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, and this is why I say this, pieces that have what I call the thicker black lines reproduce better onto a carved surface.
Oh, they definitely do. At least I think they do.
Yeah, you'll see what I mean, because when you put the stain on it, that's the part that it looks a little 3D kind of.
I love that type of texture. I really do. Well, where it's beveled enough that it has weight to it and dimension and depth.
Right, exactly. And where it kind of gets more difficult is when you have like the depth of color, or worse, a color shift. Because remember, there's imperfections in the wood. Like part of the thing is the imperfections, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
yeah.
You're absolutely correct. Lights for Rich. Hi, Carrie.
Carrie is petitioning for more light for Rich. Hi, Carrie. How you doing, sweetheart? It's good to see you. The UK is well represented both in our chat and on our panel. Lucifer.
Yes.
What's that thing on the table in front of you, dude?
You see this? This is the proof. This is the proof copy for the trade paperback of Ed Gein Demon Hunter. A whole 144 pages. This thing is thick. Look at how thick that son of a bitch is. And there's all 4 issues in here. There's a foreword by Glenn B. Fleming from Comics Unlimited. And we got some cool back matter in here as well. I'm going to show you some. Like, we got some of Christian Rossi's character sketches that he did for the book. You'll also see some progress of the artwork he did for the book as well. We've also got a little bit about who Ed Gein was, and we got some of the crime scene photos in here. Nothing too graphic or gory or anything like that, but I won't show you all of them because it's a nice little thing that you want to see in print. But this is great, and everyone has commented saying that they loved the single issues, how they were soft touch laminated covers with uncoated papers inside. Well, we've done the same thing for the trade paperback. Soft touch lamination for the covers, uncoated papers inside.
Beautiful.
It looks terrific, Lucifer. It looks terrific.
Much good, sir.
Let's see. What's up, Quentin? It's good to see you. Saying hi to Rich. I'm providing free eye tests for having people squint to see Rich's drawing. No, I'm not.
I have
Rich
a question.
doing
I'd like to
something
ask
else.
Lucifer about his. I'd like to ask about the production of that book. Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, so you talked about the soft touch laminate on the cover. Is that a design choice? And tell us a little bit more what you mean by that.
Well, the soft touch lamination, like we use silk papers for the covers, like quite heavy silk papers. And it's just on the actual front cover, not the interior of the front. And it gives it kind of like a velvety feel to it. It's real nice. And it was something that the printing company who's been doing this for us, it was just an option. I thought, well, how much extra is it? Originally, it was just going to be silk covers. And I saw that option there, and I was like, how much extra is it? Oh, hardly anything. We'll give it a bash. We'll see what it's like. We'll try it on the first issue. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we'll go back to the original plan. And those first issues came in, and it was absolutely beautiful. And it was the one thing that everyone said that they loved before they'd even opened the book, just the feel of the book in their hands.
Yeah, I love those. I think that. Could you hold it up to the camera once more? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, of course.
I got to answer the question. Doc's hanging with the family today.
There you go, man.
It's really sharp looking. Thank you.
That's all right, man. Anytime. Always happy to help.
Yeah.
Beautiful book.
Yeah, nice job, guys. Nice job.
Thank you.
Really, really good stuff. Now, we are joined by one of our sponsors. We're about to be joined by one of our sponsors. Are you ready? Yeah. It's the biceps of the madness himself.
Oh, yes. Hello,
How we
sweet
doing?
cheeks.
What's up, Nick?
Hello, gorgeous. How you doing? Hello, Rich.
We're all
Hello,
good.
Timothy.
Hello, sweetie.
Pops. My sweetheart.
Hello, darling.
I'll tip me out to you, Rich.
Nothing special. Pops, can you pop on the other screen that I have there? That's on
I don't know, Kevin. Why? What's up?
There, doing this.
It's what?
Oh, I'm gonna make a digital painting. But you can turn this off. I'm sorry about that.
Are you sure you want us to see that?
Well, it's this is how it's done. What it is, it's a whole bunch of blocking for the first bunch of it, and then
You should save some of that for tomorrow's drawstream.
I'm sorry?
You should save that for tomorrow's drawstream, bro.
Okay, I'll do that for tomorrow's drawstream, but I'll do this right now because
I mean, then you could give a little this is how I'm learning to do this shit.
I don't know. I'm just bored, man.
How is everyone anyway? How's everyone doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
Yeah, we're all good, mate.
How you doing, Nick?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Still breathing. That's always a good sign.
Nice. That's what we like to hear.
What an achievement that is. Nicely done. Proud of you. Holy crap. What's next? What's next? The walking gum and chewing at the same time. That's going to be one hell of a
Walking
thing.
gum. Walking
and chewing.
I want to see someone. I want to see someone walk gum.
Oh, I did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
All right, leave me alone, man. I've had enough today.
You don't, Rich. You don't get to use the "it's late" excuse when you got Nick and Lucifer here.
Late. It's late. It's late as hell here, man. It's already dark where I am.
Time of bed. Time of bed.
It is. It's time for me to go. Okay.
Get your teddy bear, mate. Go to bed. That's it. Have a little cuddle.
It's almost 4:20 there, huh?
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Shit, I'll be right back. I'm gonna celebrate England style.
You go for a kip.
It's 4:20 somewhere, right?
Hell
It
yeah.
is. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
24 times a day.
I'll light extra candles for him. It'll be fun.
Carrie, you keep saying that shit. I'm not going to draw anything for you.
Oh, Rich. She just wants to be able to see it, man. She just wants to be able to see it. Come on, one more minute. One more minute.
So, Nick, how's the Kickstarter going, man?
Yeah, good, mate. Yeah.
Then that's what we like to hear.
Yeah, good, mate.
I think we was on 50 backers and what was it, about £1,700 or something like that yesterday.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Oh yeah, it's not too bad. There we go. Oh,
Look at that.
it looks much better in dollars. Put it that way. Yeah. So no, good stuff. All good.
Excellent.
Yeah. Other than that,
Big. It's pink. It's alive. Oh, yeah.
What's everyone else been up to then?
Yeah, nothing. Just whatever.
I'm putting posters in boxes. This is part of a Kickstarter fulfillment. Would you like to see one?
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll do a quick preview as I'm going here. You probably notice I'm ducking off camera every couple of seconds because I'm making up these boxes, and what they are, it's a set of like lobby cards. They're supposed to look like movie posters a little bit. And the first one, kind of like that.
That's cool, isn't it?
Pretty cool, right? I'll show them as I go. That's my activity that I'm doing.
All right, so I just found this over there on my couch.
That's a good one.
My grandkids.
Oh, bless them. Bless them in their cotton socks.
Yeah, I love finding stuff like that, man. Art. They're always dropping art on my bed and stuff, and running out the room, and, you know. Posters. Hi, Brianna.
Hey, Bri.
Hi, Brianna.
How you doing? Uh-oh. Do you draw stickmen? Is that why you're drawing the darkness?
That's my job, that is. You know that. I've done it before.
Absolutely. And he'll do it again. Trust me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, London on panel, LO geezer. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Can't be me. I'm too posh.
Oh, should it be hello, governor?
Actually, that's racist.
Hello, me old couple.
That is absolutely racist. Holy shit, man.
No, it's nationalist, Rich.
It's racist. It's racist. That's what it is.
So you mean being English is a race now?
Yeah.
No, it's racist.
It actually is designated as a race when you have to fill out all those questionnaires whenever you have to do like a doctor's appointment or something.
Doctor's appointment? Well, you actually get a doctor's appointment. We can't get them down here.
Oh, well, that's because who cares? Oh. I guess it's working.
I just had to do that. All right, so check this one out. London Gothic, #2. You saw we played the trailer at the beginning of the show. So what's you got some cool stuff going on here on this one.
Yeah, cheers, mate. We've just done a stretch goal on there. See if we can get it to about £2,500, and then you get the Pete Gilmore cover signed poster.
Nice.
Nicely done.
So we do that. But yeah, it seems to be going all right at the minute. I've had quite a few people buy online on our website as well. Chapter 2, pre-order it on there. So we're running it across both at the moment. Nice. So it's not too bad at all.
Bristolian Dave, what's happening?
Hello,
all right, me babbers.
All right, Dave. How you doing, mate?
Good to see you here, man.
Oh man, I seen he posted something the other day. He had a promo card up for his show, and he was wearing his bright yellow Simpson sweater, right? Yes. And I love that sweater, but he looks like Big Bird when he wears it.
At least he wore a pair of budgie smugglers.
So yeah, who did
Oi, oi, Savaloy. Kerry. Oi, oi, Savaloy. All right, Kerry. Yeah, there should be a link there. I'll put one in.
Timothy,
if I find it.
You can share your screen, bro.
Mate, you know me. I've got no idea of how to do that.
No, I'm talking to Timothy. He just sent me his link.
I just get on here.
I'm like, you have admin. Why are you sending me your link? But yeah, this is good stuff because I have #1, you guys. This was amazing. A little dog. A little. Go ahead and tell them a little bit about it, Nick.
So you got chapter 1 is you've got 2 sort of rival sanctions, the Tutori, who are the good guys, the Order of the Tutori, and you've got the Brotherhood of the Sinestra, who are the bad guys. And they've been fighting since before Christ. And they're a demonic entity, the Sinistra. And they're after the nails from Christ's crucifixion because they say they hold supernatural power. So the Tutori buried them all around the world. And the Sinistra are trying to find them. And then it all sort of comes to a head in London. And demons are living in the sewers in London, and the public don't see them. They're unawares. You've got two guys called the Duke and Jellicoe. He's accomplice, and they keep these demons at bay. But they're a bit. Let's say they're easy demons to keep at bay. But now they've got they've got this new Lord Commander called Phineas Cromwell, and he's a lord in the House of Commons, and he has a Parliament, and he's putting together this. Bit nastier demonic army, let's say, and without sort of giving too much away, all hell breaks loose and the shit hits the fan, and then Duke and Jellicoe are gonna encounter demonic entities they've never seen before. So it runs alongside. So yeah, you've got that. You've got missing kids. There's some missing kids that Detective Inspector Bailey is trying to find out what's happened to them as well. So yeah, all the stories, they all run together, and they'll all come together at the end in chapter 4. But yeah, if you get chapter 1, there you go. Lovely bit of printing. Look at that. Limited editions, only a few left now with that on it, with a spot UV on the painting. Other than that, we've got normal editions. Yeah. So that's about it, really. You know, I'm shit at like trying to explain things in my story. So that's the best I could do. Anyone who wants to write in a better idea on a postcard, please do. Send them to Pops. But yeah, there's the Kickstarter for chapter 2. That's got quite a bit of. There's some of the pages that haven't been lettered yet.
Look at that! Look at that head coming, just like coming apart right there.
I've seen some of the other pages as well, and they are quite. They follow on. There's a lot of graphic in there that he's put like a lot of nastiness. But yeah, it's all good stuff. If it's your sort of thing and you like a bit of the old horror sort of films and Hammer horror and Victorian London stuff like that, this yeah, you probably like this. That's it. Next question.
My quotes, I noticed none of my quotes made it to your page. Huh?
None of your quotes?
No.
Did you give me any quotes?
Dude, how much have I talked about your book?
Oh, mate, I could go through every single one and pick them out. They're reviews. They're not quotes. They're reviews that are on there. They're people who've bought it or we've sent it for review.
See what I'm saying up here where it says, like, just quotes, No,
they're reviews. They're quotes from reviews, they are. And then if you go down, people, we've got on the chapter 1 on the website, people can actually just post a review of what they think. So the rest of them are all the reviews from the website. They're not things that people have actually said. So
that's what I'm saying. You can go on a million different, well, not a million, but a couple hundred different streams where we've talked about one of your books, and you can grab any quote you want and stick it on there.
I'd have to go through and record it all. You know what I'm like? I can't remember
well,
what
you
anyone
just type
says.
out what I said. I'll own it. It's already live. I did it live. It's not like I'm going
to get some quote then, Pops, and then I'll stick it on there, mate. Send it to me. Email it.
Madness approved. 100%.
Yeah.
Dark. You're gonna love it. There's my quote right there. How's that?
Oh yeah. So if Kerry wants to go and buy it, I'll be much appreciated. But you don't get a Savaloy with it.
Kerry, I put the link everywhere. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're saying. So yeah, London Gothic. What else we got? Timothy, what do you got, man?
Well, I got a Kickstarter that's in launch right now. Do you want to talk about that first?
You can share your screen, bro. You have admin. You can share your screen. Danny Morales, what's up? I hear the collective is going somewhere big this weekend or next weekend. Where are you going? Where are you going, Danny? Got Paul Gomez in the chat. What's happening?
Oh, Jesus.
Paul?
Paul will be making an appearance this weekend.
He will?
Yeah, actually. We're talking about what he's got. Yeah, MegaCon, Danny. Danny taking the collective to MegaCon.
Oh my God.
You guys all, I don't know how many, some of you may remember Danny. He works at a store down in Florida, and he has what they call in the store the Indie Initiative, and one whole wall of the store is dedicated to indie comics. Okay. And if you make the price right and work with them, they will put your books on their shelves, and they have a huge indie audience. Yes, Lucifer. Yes. Yes.
This is what I'm talking about. I'm feeling this.
Yes. Dan, you know where to find these guys. Come on.
Yeah.
There you go. He knows what's up. Yeah. Look, Lucifer has a great set of 4 books and now a trade for all 4. You guys definitely need to talk because Lucifer's book is good stuff, Danny. Good. Look, all these guys got good stuff. We're going to hear about the next one down the pipe right now. Timothy, go ahead. Give us the goods, man.
All right. Thanks for giving me a shot, Pops. And I want to say the other book definitely looks terrific. The Gothic book, I'm going to check that out as well. I just put it on follow. Got a new project coming up. It's in what they call a pre-launch right now. It's going to be coming out on April 4th. What this is, it is a cryptid-based science fiction series with sort of a new and modern retelling of the cryptids that we know and love. For example, we've got things like the alien greys, the men in black, Bigfoot makes an appearance. We're going to have the Loch Ness Monster, the Flatwoods Monster. If you like monsters, aliens, and UFOs, this is a book that you'll want to check out. Every page is, of course, got the lavish hand-painted look. It's by my partner, Erwin Arosa, sort of a cinematic style, and we're pitching it as a visual adventure. It's got some things I think you guys will like. There's some heavy metal references in there. It's got a sort of like the overlay of a government conspiracy. There's a being coming back into realization of pure mathematics who's trying to take over the universe. Stuff like that. Hey, Mitch.
I love cryptids.
I hope you'll give it a follow. That's Call of the Cryptid. Best of all, we've got some cool collectibles coming. I was telling the gang, one of the things we do here is trading cards and posters. For the Call of the Cryptid, we're going to be seeing what we call the CRoM Enhanced Trading Card. And what it is, when you look at it, it's not actually a metal card. It's a 2-layer printing process by which the upper layer is chrome. And it looks like you're looking in a mirror, sort of. And when you look at it, it looks like the alien is coming out of a portal in the mirror.
Nicely done.
Awesome.
Yeah, if you like trading cards, you'll have some fun with it. And the ones lined up are, the first set will be the alien gray. Then there's Bigfoot. And like I say, these are a little bit reimaginings. We have sort of a sci-fi Bigfoot. He wears yellow radiation goggles to travel between the dimensions. It'll all make sense, trust me. And we've also got coming up, the Mothman is the next trading card. And after that is the Loch Ness Monster.
Cool.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, thanks. If you guys liked it, this is the one that is... we've talked about this before. I hang up on the term graphic novel. Sometimes people don't always necessarily like that term. But there are certain types of projects where it almost doesn't quite fit into the comic book category, right?
Yeah, that's true.
This one's a little bit like that, and here's what I mean by that. I write the other series, the 2288 series, and man, it's real comic book all-day adventure, But here's the thing. Sometimes if you start using like a more cinematic style of art, and there's some expressionist type of art in there as well. It's got lyrical references sprinkled throughout it. there aren't particularly any heroes or anything to speak of. It doesn't feel. It feels like it has the weight of a graphic novel, in the sense that you got a sort of a rich storyline. The elevator pitch is: after an alien encounter, a teenager gains the ability to communicate with a race of legendary monsters. And that's really all it is. So if you like cryptids and you like UFOs, it's definitely worth a follow.
Cool.
We got some cool things too. If you like sort of early 70s Kurtis publication Marvel books like Eerie and Creepy, and I'm referring to any of the early horror black and white books, we are going to release a noir edition, which is a full black and white edition, and it's going to be advertised in the vein of like a Creepy magazine or a Eerie magazine.
Sweet.
Yeah, so I hope you guys will give it a follow. That's Call of the Cryptid. Don't miss it. This is going to be the weirdest book of the year.
And now Timothy already has a solid record of fulfillment.
Yeah, this is number 6, and I do it the same way. And, I'm always happy to say anybody who does their Kickstarters their way, I support them 100%. It's a big tent. My campaigns aren't really about the funding. I make the books ahead of time, and then, of course, I reimburse myself out of what Kickstarter does. I tell you why, because I have too much anxiety to figure out if I'm going to. Tell you why, I was talking to Laurie about this, and I wish she would chime in right here, because she does it a little different too. And there's all different ways for us to get our funding. And in my case, this is probably the best way for me to reach the backer directly with a professional product. Yeah. So in this sense, there isn't any funding. Like, it'd be great if there was a little bit extra to print some CRoM issues, but we even have enough for the print already. This would be strictly how we're reimbursing us and starting the next issue. So, my goal, I would say for this one, I think I have it figured at $22.88. I'd be hoping it did $3,500 or maybe $5,000, Fulfillment, there's Critical Blast. RJ does that. Matter of fact, I spoke to him last time.
Yes.
Because I now do the professional fulfillment. I couldn't, once you get up into honestly, I know there's all guys with lots of experience here. For my numbers, once I get up over 100 or a couple hundred, that's too many backers for me to effectively manage. Yeah. And by manage, I'm talking about I'm going to the post office every day for, a month. It's too much of my time and schedule. So I do professional fulfillment. I will give a shout out to RJ because he does that as well. So we'll give him the plug there. That's Critical Blast. One of the things I'm doing, I don't know if we have to take the share screen off here. I'll turn it off real quick.
I've just followed that, by the way.
There you go. One of the things I'm doing too, I don't know if you want to blow me up, Pops, but this is the next of the posters, and I'm making these here while we're talking on the air, fellas. And what we're seeing, this is the fulfillment of the book right before this one. Pops mentioned having a timely fulfillment is one of our trademarks we do here. But this is the episode 4 homage poster. And they all have very much of sort of a sci-fi look. And while I'm here, I'll show you the main one, which is, they call this the atomic variant. And it's tough to see here, but it like glows kind of. It has like a yellow shimmer to it. And like I was telling the gang earlier, it is it's printed on a luminescent hard cardstock paper. And this is for the collectible set that came with backing our last volume. So we're going to do that again this time. We'll be having the posters. We'll be having the trading cards. And the new book, of course, is called Call of the Cryptid. So if you're a cryptid fan or you dig UFOs, there's another one.
Those look great.
It's really good.
Yeah. And thanks so much, guys. And I want to say again, I'm real honored to work with the teams and stuff that I worked with. I'm kind of surprised it went this far. And when people tell me, I'm surprised myself. And especially, you can tell I'm enjoying showing these products because they came out way better than I thought they would. That's not a kind of rip on anybody. Just no. I had a little run of good luck.
Yeah.
What you're going to see is the whole engine. It's like turning a battleship, right? You're going to see the whole thing. It's turning already. It's turning toward this next new IP, which is the Call of the Cryptid. And I'll tell you, I'm a little bit nervous about it, guys. Here's the reason why. I've got a history behind me of being able to effectively fulfill campaigns and to hit my numbers, however you want to put it. But that was for an ongoing series where I already had the same people coming back each time, and it was kind of, people want to know what my characters are doing. It was all connected, right? This is the first one. It's not connected to anything else. It's an IP that stands on its own. It's not even wrapped up in the first issue. It's a cliffhanger each episode. This is 4 books. The first 3 end on a cliffhanger, you know, like, oh, I got to buy the next one, which I've never done that before either. You know, all the Water Wars books end in the short stories is what they are. You get 1 or sometimes 2 stories in each book. So my question that I would ask you guys is this, if you are so inclined to answer it. Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure. The marketing is obviously different. I want to tell people that it's, you know, it's the first of 4, but it ends on a cliffhanger. And really, this is something that's going to be 96 pages. You're going to want to buy the whole thing. This first one is your first. It's going to be about 32 issues, a floppy, and it's got the first chapter of the story. We have some interstitials, which are things, it looks like it's government files that you've discovered the cryptids in the back, and Bigfoot's in it, and there's some alien stuff. Like, I guess you'd call it a little index.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also going to be an artwork section, like value stamps, we call it. And there's essentially trading card images of the cryptids, which you'll see those coming up too. They're pretty cool. So about 32 pages. So it's a good amount of content. It's going to be like a 10, you know, it's a $10 or $12 book starting at. But, you know, how do I guarantee that, well, number one, that I don't lose my current people who are used to something maybe a little different? And how do I reach out to the new people? I'm reaching out to you guys. What do you think?
Good question. That is a really good question.
All my 4 chapters, they on cliffhangers.
I would chime in on that.
Every single one.
Before I started doing this network of shows, I used to make sure that, like, if somebody had a horror book, like Nick's London Gothic, I would go to horror groups in Facebook and drop the links in those groups. They're not necessarily comic groups, but they're people that like horror stuff, right? So I would drop them there. Now, back then, I had a lot more time to do all that. Now I'm like running shows, I'm producing shows, and I don't have a lot of time to do it as much as I used to. Now it's like I share what I see, but back then it was a lot easier. You know, I didn't have complete all-day obligation here, you know, so it's a little harder now, and that's why I post things like this banner below us, and I ask everybody else to drop their links, like, you know, in the chat. If you're watching and you have an active campaign right now or something in sign up, I gave you a wrench probably on the Madness Comic Network channel, on the comic channel. And if you have a wrench there, I encourage you to drop your links. I encourage you to share everybody's stuff, to like and follow all these guys, because I don't have the time anymore there's too many people. I'm trying to, you know, I'm just trying to get eyes on everybody. So I'm doing it this way now, you know, and I encourage everybody else to share, to like, to retweet, to get these things out there and get them seen. That's the whole purpose of the network, you know. But you go to Facebook and you go, okay, this is my genre, cryptids. How many cryptids? You just type cryptids in the group, like go to where it says groups and just type cryptids in, and you'll get this big ass long list of groups that people like cryptids.
Yeah.
And you go drop your links there, okay? And you know, I mean, it's the same everywhere. It's finding that group of people, right?
That's a good move, Pops. I'm definitely in those groups. And somebody said earlier too, the horror groups are all very supportive, and there's some great horror groups too.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to like your current audience, well, I guess even with new members of your audience, the one thing I always think about whenever working on a book is the first page sells the book, the last page sells the next book. If you've got a strong opening page and a strong closing page, you're not going to have to worry about people coming back for the next issue.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the cliffhangers, mate, because you got to have them in there. You said about 30 odd pages, something like that. I think ours is about 88 pages. Hello, RJ.
Hey, RJ, how's it going, man?
Already?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good morning. From
It's my logistics expert for the States.
Oh. I just woke up and saw it was CRoM Con going on. I'm like, wow, March just disappeared. but hey guys, I did a crazy thing that you would never expect of me yesterday. I bought a comic book.
You did what? How dare you?
I bought it in the store. So let me tell you, I live out here in the sticks, Northwest Arkansas. And this has been a dream of mine since I was like a teenager. Not living in the sticks, but what happened. So I always like to go places I've never been before, just kind of exploring the area. And I found this used bookstore in a little country town. You can already feel the setup to this, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, I did not buy Action Comics #1. I got better. Because there are actually comic books older than Action Comics #1, of course.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize how much older they were. So
show us what you got.
What's recognized as the first comic book series was the Katzenjammer Kids.
Yeah, that's around the Platinum Age, isn't it?
Yeah. And one of the earliest issues of it was The Cruise of the Katzenjammer Kids, 1907.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That's
and
really
I mean, it's the cover is chewed. I mean, you can see the corners are gone. The back cover was cardboard.
But it's over 100 years old, man. Of course,
it's 115 years old. Yeah. This was printed in 1907. And if I take it out of the...
No, don't.
Take it out of it. I've done it. The pages are soft, but like brittle soft.
Yeah.
And they're printed on single sides. So you're getting, it's like a stack of Sunday comics, but they're sequential telling that story.
I'm good for being 115 years old. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
God, I'm scared that we're going to watch it turn into dust in your hands.
I know.
RJ, is that print raised? Can you feel it like it's slightly raised?
It doesn't feel raised at all. No.
No. That
Now,
must
on
have
the
been
cover-
done on one of the first letterpress machines.
The cover feels raised.
Yeah, they used to use in 1900s. They used letterpress and die stamping.
Yeah.
But what the fuck do I know?
Apparently more than me. But then again, it could have felt raised and then just been 100 years of wearing it down too. Because when I rub my thumb over those pages, they're soft like tissue.
Yeah.
Like he's afraid.
They were using pulp paper. They were using the cheap stuff. I mean, the whole reason we have comics is because newspaper editors were cheap. Okay, if you know about diesel trucks and you see truckers, they're all leaving their engine on all night long, burning gas. And you're like, why are you burning gas if you're not going anywhere? Because it costs less gas to leave the truck running than it does to start that diesel thing up again in the morning.
Yep.
So it was the same with the printing presses. If you stopped the presses, the ink would dry on the rollers, and then you'd have to get people in there with chisels and scrapers and clean the thing off. But if you kept the ink wet, which you did by keeping the press running and rolling, then it didn't cost that much. You didn't have a slowdown in work. So they're like, what can we be printing out here on these presses? Well, we got all our Sunday comics. Why don't we just put them all on little stacks of collections and try to sell them to the kids for a dime?
Yeah.
So
nice.
That's why we have comics.
Now,
do you know why the ink was like that? Do you know in them days why it was like that?
I have no idea.
Because they used to put tar in the ink. And that's why they had to keep the machines rolling constantly. And they used to have apprentices that used to sit there coming on shifts to keep the machine just rolling, as you said, otherwise it would stop. But nowadays they use oil. You've got oil-based ink. So you could turn the machine off, come back the next day, start it running, and then it'll start. It doesn't dry back. But then I don't know.
By that time, it was too late. We already had comic books. No going back.
Since you popped in here, why don't you tell everybody, especially any new people, what you do?
What do I do? Oh, we work with crowdfunders to set up your shipping costs ahead of time, so that when you use our fulfillment service, people have learned that I do this fulfillment, Pops, and they'll hit me up in DMs like, what does it cost to use your service? How much do you charge? And I say nothing. Cost you nothing. You won't pay a thing for it. Why? Because before you start your campaign, you talk to me. We figure out what your stuff's going to cost to ship, how much it's going to take it to get it here, and what it's going to cost for the backer, the board, the Gemini mailer, the poly bag that I put it in so that it doesn't get wet if they put it on your porch and leave it out in the rain. And then my fee. That all gets built into your shipping that you then put into your crowdfunder. So you don't pay a thing for my services. Your customers are paying shipping, and that's what finances the shipping of your book. As long as you don't spend your shipping money, then all bets are off.
Yeah, it's a great idea, RJ, and I definitely recommend professional fulfillment. And I think it's terrific you're doing that. And like I say, it's a better experience for the backer too.
Well, yeah, and for the creator, you get to go back to creating books instead of spending 2 months.
Right. About 10 minutes before you came on, I was saying the same thing, and I have that problem. Like I'm kind of a one-man deal. Like when you figure my post office time, I lose 2 weeks worth of writing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, one thing about the post office, I hear a lot of people saying, I got to get a van, I got to take these things to the post office. I don't know how your post person is. Maybe they don't like their jobs. We have heard, people going postal is a thing. My mail lady, I had a big set out there for her. I used to have this little wooden sign that I would clip to the mailbox down at the end of our quarter-mile long driveway that I'd trudge down to in the early mornings. Put on, it says parcel pickup, and then she'd drive up the driveway and she'd get the box to head out there. And she eventually gave me her phone number. She's like, "You don't have to do that. Just text me when you got stuff." Perfect.
Nice.
And I apologized to her because I had like 6 big boxes of packages. And she's like, no, you don't understand. And she explained to me that this was a week, and there's 2 of them every year where they get audited for 2 weeks.
Yep.
For how many packages they pick up on their route. If you're not picking up a whole lot of packages, then your route can maybe be condensed with another one that's not picking up a whole lot of packages, and you may not work as much because you don't need the same person. But if you're picking up a lot of packages, then maybe you're not getting paid enough. And she's like, I love it when there's a lot of packages, especially during this 2-week period, because that reflects on how much work I'm doing, and it impacts my pay. So she just had one of these like 2 weeks back, and I was shipping out. What was I shipping out? I can't remember. Oh, I was shipping out Kids and Monsters for Adam Lawson. And I had 100 packages on one day, 80 packages on another day. And it was just making her week. I mean, that first time she told me this, she was like loading the boxes in. She's like almost tears in her eyes. She's like, "You have no idea what this does for my job. I'm so glad that you had all these packages to ship this day." Now, if I'd been taking them to the post office,
she wouldn't have got credit for it. Yeah.
She wouldn't have got that credit. So they don't mind picking them up from your house, and you don't have to go through all the work of driving in. You can tell them, "Hey, I've got stuff here. Come get it." They'll do it.
Nice.
Well, I'll be sending some more stuff to you, RJ, once this
looking forward
chapter 2 is done. So yeah,
I'm just waiting until RJ gets too big for his own. And then I'm gonna be like, "You can send a couple of them my way. I'll do it."
He's gonna employ the mail lady.
Yes.
Hey, it's like there's gonna come a time when RJ is gonna need help. He's gonna have too many packages to make up and whatnot, and it'll be just like, "Hey, send me one of them smaller accounts and teach me how to do this, and I'll help you do it."
I'm here making boxes all day while we're talking. I'm making boxes for these posters that I got made. But I had in the spot where I'm not talking. Would you guys like to see a variant cover?
Yeah.
It's an homage. Yeah, it's an homage. You got to tell me if you recognize it.
I feel like I should, but I don't.
Of comics or of film?
It's comics.
I'm out of it then. I know nothing about comics.
When you see it, you'll be like, oh my gosh, that's exactly it. It's Fantastic Four 51, This Man, This Monster.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Oh, the Thing, yeah.
Yeah, so what we have there is
That's
Irwin
cool.
Rose. Yeah, they're cool covers, right? And they all have sort of like a hand-painted look to them. Of course, that's digital these days, but it does have that look. And we always try to have one homage variant. That one, of course, is the Kirby homage variant. You know, one of the things that we always try to remember to do, you're supposed to, when you do homages, you're supposed to put after Kirby or whoever, because it's like you're crediting the person, which I got to be honest with you, I have the first couple, I had not done that, not realizing that was like it's like a respectful thing that you do, you know?
Yeah.
Where in my mind, it was, we love the material, we're doing a tribute to it. So I hope that is the message, that's the takeaway. It wouldn't be that I was trying to conceal in some way that it was the homage. In fact, quite the reverse. So, you know, that's something that I always got to remember to put that credit on there now.
It looks great. It looks great. Well, I've just followed it anyway, so I love anything like that.
Yeah, this is a real sci-fi kind of thing we got going here this time around. And the other one, I'm going to reveal another one tomorrow night, and it's a little bit more Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It will remind you of that movie.
Yeah.
Cool.
That sounds great. All myths and legends and cryptids, I love them.
Oh, yeah. It's funny. This is the first time I've had people write to me saying things like, because it's going to go for 4 issues, right? And I've already written the issues and everything, because you want to have a general idea of where the story is going to turn out, right? But I'm just making this first one. The first 32 pages is here this week. That's Call of the Cryptid over on Kickstarter right now. But I guess I should say that, you know, the plan is to go for 96 pages. People write to me and they say things like, hey, well, I'd love to contribute this kind of thing, which would be fantastic. But it's not really an anthology in the sense that it is a story. It's just broken up into 4 little arcs, you know. It's like when you read The Walking Dead, it's part of a larger arc. So that's what you're going to see going on here. And in each issue, there's always at least 1 more and sometimes 2 more cryptids are revealed. They keep notching up until there's a big apocalypse at the end.
So how many of you have knowledge of Mitch Rogers' Boger books?
I don't know.
No, can't say I know more.
I think RJ interviewed him just the other day. We've had him on a few times in the past, but here right now he is our 1 o'clock guest, and you guys are welcome to hang out and check this out because you're kind of, it's all the same genre right up in here right now. You know what I mean? So
I'm going to make some room here and slip out because I got some things I got to do, but been a pleasure always popping in here, and it's CRoM Con. I'll be in and out as best I can.
See you, RJ.
Greetings, everyone.
Don't
hey, man.
in studio, RJ. Hit the leave studio, right, Pops?
Right. Don't end our broadcast, RJ.
Hey, Mitch, how's it going, man?
It's going great. How's everyone?
Welcome, Mitch.
Are you, Mitch? You all right, mate?
I'm going to drop this link right here so you can go check out what Mitch got going on right here. Boger, the ongoing series. We'll get the link.
Big relaunch from the few mini series I did. I decided, you know what, just do an ongoing series. Why not?
All right, let me get this up here. Where's my share screen? Man, I hate the word present does not belong there. I don't know why they messed it all up like that. StreamYard.
I've got to come over and stay with a weekend with you, Pops. You show me how to use that bloody share screen.
You come hang out for the weekend. I'll show you how to run the whole fucking network.
I don't want to do that. We're just play some golf.
Oh man! So yeah, Boger, the ongoing series just launched. Go ahead, tell us about it, Mitch.
Well, it is the continuing adventures, if you say, if you prefer, of the god of vengeance himself, the Boger. It's an ongoing series, but it's going to be it's all told in individual story arcs. Similar to books like Sandman, Hellboy, a whole bunch of books I grew up with. The first story arc is called Legend of the Black Lotus Flower, which takes place in feudal Japan. It deals with samurais, shoguns, that sort of thing. The overall story within Legend of the Black Lotus Flower is a samurai's wife is murdered by his shogun. So he sort of foregoes his own sense of honor to get vengeance by sending the Boger after him. So it's a 2-page story set up like a old Japanese ghost story.
I do like the old Japanese, anything that's from that culture. I like, I don't know if it's a holdover from my love of ninjas when I was a teenager or what, but everything about that culture just gets my attention, man. So
yeah, me too. I love things like Akira Kurosawa movies, Japanese ghost stories, manga, anime. Like anything from that culture. I just eat it up.
American Ninja 3.
Yeah.
All right, so is this all your art, or you wrote it? Or
I wrote it, illustrated it, lettered it. I didn't edit it. I found the hard way with the first Boger miniseries. Never edit yourself.
Right.
Yeah. And for this campaign, for the big, massive relaunch, I have 5 variant covers. You heard that correctly. 5. The first one there is, that was a basic cover, with all the characters and situations. The second one, I decided to kind of model it after old Japanese artwork. So you see the Boger in the background looking kind of like a Japanese Oni.
Mm-hmm.
I got the samurai's wife in the foreground. Cover C is the first cover, but in the black, white, and red type style. Then cover D is the Boger in a cemetery. Then cover E is kind of like a tarot card looking thing.
I like
those. That's some great art there, Mitch. That's
Thank
great
you.
art.
Thanks a lot. And if you're that kind of person, you can get all 5 covers.
Okay, how many pages?
20. I think 20 pages.
All right. So you said it was 4 stories altogether?
4. No, it's the ongoing series is going to be kind of like an anthology, different story arcs. Legend of the Black Lotus Flower is 2 issues long.
Okay.
I love the way that you've used that sepia. That it gives it that old.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Really,
it's actually a Japanese scroll texture I found online that I got and used to kind of, make the ghost story part of it look like it was actually illustrated on Japanese scrolls.
You guys blow away.
And this is amazing.
When these try to get CGC'd, you're going to get them blow away because they're going to be like, is it yellowed or is it just that's the way it is? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you're probably not able to zoom in, but if you were to zoom in, you could actually see the fibers in the scroll.
Yeah, it's like rice paper.
Like brand new. Yeah. It'd have a brand new print date on it. I think they know it didn't just yellow overnight.
I'm talking like later in his life.
Yeah.
Great design choices.
Thank you.
I really like the cover layout where you've got the black with the logo at the top, but you've got the actual artwork separate. Like that reminds me of stuff like the Crow did it with some of their books, and Cinema Purgatorio by Alan Moore did that as well. It looks so good.
Except for cover D and E.
Well, yeah, except for cover D and E.
But yeah, it looks good.
I like that cover E. That looks really cool. That.
I know.
Thank you.
That's right up my street. I love a bit of graveyard.
Yeah, and if you miss the first 2, you get for $40. You get the first 2 trades, or the first 2 miniseries. and you get a mini poster of cover E.
Yep, that's one to make a poster out of for sure.
It definitely looks awesome.
Each issue will come with an original T-shirt. So, if you back this one, you get that T-shirt. If you back issue 2, you get a different T-shirt. So it's kind of like each book comes with its own T-shirt. And if you want, you can get commissions.
So how'd you find this story, man? Where'd you dig this story up?
There's a very famous Japanese ghost story called Okiku and the Fight Plates, which is about a samurai murders his wife, dumps her in a well, and then she comes back as a ghost and exacts her revenge. That was like the seed of the idea, of basically just killing a samurai or the murder of a samurai's wife. She gets dumped down a well, and then revenge is enacted. And I also added other stuff into it from other Japanese folk tales.
That's cool.
I did a lot of research reading Japanese folk tales when I wrote this. A lot of fun research.
I'm going to have to pop off, fellas. So it's been emotional as always.
Oh, mate, yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with that, Mitch.
Thank you.
It was great. It was
Did
great.
you say it was
Nice to meet you,
emotional?
Timothy.
Hold up, Nick. Did you say it was emotional? Were you sad that Rich left? Were you okay, man?
Yeah, he just messaged me. I've got a meeting round the corner for take him out for dinner.
Always good to see you, my friend.
Take care, Luce. Take care, Max. See you later.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Good luck, Mitch. You take care, Pops.
Have a good one,
See
mate.
you later.
That's our boy, Nick Henry, London Gothic. You guys go check it out. It is good stuff. Lucifer, you've hung out with Nick actually at a con. Your tables were right next to each other.
Yeah, they were indeed. That was awesome, man. Absolutely awesome. Great experience. Nick is a great bloke. And, he's got a great book as well. And he knows how to lay out his table and everything. We had a absolute scream during that convention together.
Cool. I'm glad you did. So, Mitch. Now,
Yes, sir.
You did Southern Boger.
Southern Gothic, yes.
Southern Gothic, yeah. The Boger Southern Gothic. That was when I met you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you did something else between that and this that I missed? What happened?
No, I did. Yeah. This is what I've been working on, kind of off and on. I have 3 full issues completed because I decided just to, instead of doing a book campaign, I was like, you know what, I should get 3 issues done. So, so there's enough time between creation and starting the campaign. I don't have to keep rushing back.
Cool.
Yeah.
He was being quiet today. He really was. So you did all the work. It's like I can't ask you about your team.
Oh, no. Well, you can, but they'll just be questions about myself.
All right. So, what's it like trying to do it all, man?
Oh, I love it. I'm a control freak when it comes to my own stuff. So, I just love, being the creator of it, the writer of it, the artist of it. Each part of it does have its own challenges. I think the hardest is coming up with the story, because everyone who's ever read a comic book knows it doesn't matter how great the art is. You can have the best art if the story isn't that good, then it's just pretty pictures on a paper. So I try to practice each story, and I write draft after draft after draft, trying to get the story as perfect as I can. I was just raised, by his parents. I was like, just do the best you can. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm also a perfectionist. So yeah, there's some irony there.
Yeah, I got a little bit of that problem too. It's like I want everything to be perfect all the time, and I put too much pressure on myself and probably everybody around me to try and like make sure the network goes smooth and all the shows go off when they're supposed to and everything. But it's like, man, I'm trying to build the best thing I can build.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes
a question here, Pops, if I could jump in.
Sure.
First of all, Mitch, this book looks terrific, man. I got to tell you, yeah, I love the design and I love the way it's laid out. I have a question for you. I'm really big into the Asian stuff myself. You talked about some of your influences. I guess the main thing, this probably started with you pretty early in life. When did you first start noticing Asian influences?
Probably in elementary school with watching Godzilla movies.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you remember what the very first one was?
Son of Godzilla. You okay there?
Oh, he's always okay.
And I guess when you first saw Son of Godzilla, were you inspired right away to start making stuff?
No. I have multiple influences, on my own stuff. But when it comes to the Asian stuff, it was first like, Godzilla movies. And at the same time that was going on, anime really hit it big over here in America, because it was the 90s. So you had Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Venus Wars.
Classics.
Sci-Fi
Ninja
Channel.
Scroll.
Yeah, Ninja Scroll. You had Sci-Fi Channel playing anime all the time. And
excellent shout, Max.
Were you reading the manga more or watching the films more, or both?
Kind of both. Early, when I discovered anime, it was primarily anime. But then when I got into comics and found out that there was this thing called Japanese comics,
right?
With all the other stuff I picked up, like Spawn and reprints of Tales from the Crypt and all that, I also picked up whatever manga I can get my hands on.
Yeah.
Hey, by any chance, are you ever a fan of? Do you remember I just ordered the DVD and this had me thinking of it. It's a Japanese historical drama on a mini series called Shogun. Or did you ever read that book?
I haven't.
It's an old one, man. It's from like the 70s or maybe it's the early 80s, and it's about the Dutch trader who gets washed ashore in Japan in 1549. It's almost right in your time frame. I bet you'd love it.
That's a great book.
I'll give it a. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it reminded me because I like those kind of design choices. And take us through a couple of these designs. It's like a rice paper is the one, right?
Yeah. I just decided. Well, I wanted something because it starts and ends with a grandfather telling his grandson this story.
And
I was trying to come up with an idea to sort of separate the opening and closing modern day part of the story with the story that's being told. And I was like, at this time in Japan, stories were mainly told via scroll artwork.
Right.
And I was like, if I could find a Japanese scroll overlay or texture or something, that would be great. And I found one and just decided to use it.
Nice. What kind of research did you do for this? Because you mentioned that, obviously it's about samurai and everything. Like, did you just do research on samurai and the culture, or did you look at any books like the Hagakure or anything like that?
No, just mainly samurai culture. It also gave me an excuse to rewatch a lot of Akira Kurosawa movies.
Yes, a brilliant excuse. Not that you need one.
Yeah,
but you had one.
Yeah. There's always an excuse to watch an Akira Kurosawa movie.
Absolutely.
This story kind of gives me a Pumpkinhead vibe.
It is.
The boger is coming after you if they help raise the boger to get revenge against evil people or something like that. It's very Pumpkinhead.
That is one of the inspirations on the overall mythology was the movie Pumpkinhead. It's also one of the main inspirations for the Southern Gothic story arc too. Was It was the film Pumpkinhead because that's a movie I love. And
that movie's fantastic.
Oh yeah,
Lance Henderson's great.
And Mitch, what is the time frame of this book?
Like when it takes place?
Yeah.
Or this story arc probably it's feudal Japan, so yeah, you were right about 15 something, maybe 14 something.
Wow, yeah. I love this idea, man. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the concept with the Boger that I kind of came up with is the mythology is so loose with it, because he's basically just the god of vengeance. So like any culture, any time frame, I could tell a story in. I told a story. The first story arc was in the 90s in an urban gang type setting. The second one was in Mississippi in the 1950s. I've done a few short stories with the Boger. One of them took place in World War II.
Nice.
I got another question for you. This is it's sort of an original premise, right? What are you doing for the marketing of it? Like, I'll tell you why I say this. This ties into something we said earlier, which is not necessarily the most comic booky of material, right? You got some historical material. What, to your eyes, is the best way to market this material?
Mainly, y'all were talking earlier about like horror groups. That's mainly where I get most of my exposure, or the interest from the exposure is from horror groups. I'm a metalhead, and metalheads are very really into horror and gore and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I totally buy that. Heavy metal figures a prominent role in my book also. Do you have any kind of music tie-ins, Mitch?
No, not for this story. I do listen to music a lot when I'm doing the artwork, but a lot of it doesn't really focus into the story or artwork at all.
Well, let's go into that though. What do you listen to while you're making your project?
A lot. Heavy metal. Like my favorite band's Tool. There's a lot of like indie bands I like industrial, so there's like Rammstein I listen to. Just whatever.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
We're gonna get on like a fucking school on fire, me and you. You were saying all the right words right now.
I usually do.
I'm glad that music's been brought up though, because like I was actually speaking to Nick the other day how like sometimes music does play an influence in some of the stories that I do. I mean, like with my book at the moment, one thing that I talked about a little while back is how each issue has its own subtitle, and each subtitle is because the book's about the serial killer Ed Gein.
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorite topics.
Each issue is named after a song that was written about Ed Gein.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, cool.
And in the first issue, like we've got the hook which opens up with the night that Ed Gein got arrested and all the cops going, "Oh my God, what's going on here?" And then it goes into the next scene where we're in the 90s and there's this this toothless prostitute in an alleyway, like taking a leak, and she's singing Dead Skin Mask by Slayer. whilst it's going on, because that was another song about Ed Gein. So any little things like that, I was like, oh yes, I've got to put that in.
I love it.
And it's wonderful. Look, if all you guys, everybody here has immense talent. Everybody that has been on the show already, Rich and Nick and everybody, you guys all have immense talent in what it is you've chosen to go after. Okay, Lewisburg, look, immense research into Ed Gein, into all things Ed Gein, like everything. Okay, I think he even has some dirt from the grave.
Well, what I do have still is because when I did the first Indiegogo campaign, Mitch, I think you'll appreciate this. I knew a taxidermist at the time, and we were talking, and she mentioned sort of like, well, hold on, Ed Gein was the guy that made the nipple belt. I've got loads of like spare skin from like animals that she had to taxidermy. She was like, why don't I make like a limited run of like nipples? so that like you can have that as a perk on the campaign, which I did, and then Indiegogo were like, get that off now. So I still have a bunch of taxidermy nipples.
That's
I guess just put them in the boxes when you ship books.
Secret stretch goal.
Just don't tell people what it is.
I like the idea of I just like the idea of keeping one in my pocket. So if I'm ever at a party and someone's talking to me and I'm finding them boring, I could just take one out and just start chewing on it and see how long it takes before they go, oh, God!
No, I usually just pretend to pick my nose. I'll just go like
All right, so the price is right. $5 a book. Lucifer also knows about that. Pricing these books, making them affordable, guys. You got to remember, you got to remember, our economy is shit. The world economy is shit. Okay, make books affordable. You'll get more fans. You'll get more people buy them. And for you printers, look, paper's paper. Nobody else has a paper shortage except comic book people, right? We're the only ones getting told no, there's a paper shortage. We're the only ones that get raped for pricing on paper. Nobody else's paper went up or got all crazy. You can still get magazines printed for the same price you could. They're not saying, oh, we're short on paper. Look, we understand comics are popular, but don't make it so that these guys can't print them. Don't make it so fans can't afford to buy them. Talking to you printers, you guys know you're making a killing right now. I know some printers that are being really cool to people. Okay, like Heroes and Villains out in Phoenix, they're taking care of people. They're not trying to get all up in their wallet. Make it affordable for these guys. And then once they sign some kind of contract with you for printing, deliver in a timely manner. Especially if you're like raping them for a price, then you better be on time.
Hey, Mitch, I have a publishing question for you.
Okay.
So in your entry-level printed book, are we close to it? What is your lowest priced printed book in this campaign?
$5.
$5.
And that gets you the printed plus shipping, right?
No, the shipping's added on when you check out.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because on Indiegogo, when you put
it's a very good price. It kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because when you put the item as an option on Indiegogo, or the perk, I can't remember it's item or perk, there's an option at the bottom to put in how much shipping will be. And and I ship all my books via media mail, so it's like $4.
Yep. Sounds good. And what is the highest then on your campaign? What is something that's sort of toward the high end?
Probably the all covers perk, which is $20. But the add-ons, the most expensive is probably the commissions. The full color commissions, $75. And those are 11 by 17 pieces of art.
It's a good deal.
Thank you. And the stretch goals, if it makes it to 500, you get those 4 freebies: a bookmark, coaster, and 2 stickers.
Wow, that's a lot of value in this campaign, Mitch.
Thank you.
Commissions, T-shirts, posters, got it all, but it kept it simple. It's not like a million of everything, right? I like that. I do want to see this one get funded, so please, everybody, do that thing. Like right here where it has that little Twitter bird. Hit that little Twitter bird. Share that thing out. Same thing on Facebook right there. Hit that little Facebook thing. Share that thing out. Let people know when your friends, when people that you work with or whatever, or consider a colleague, when they got something going on, let your fans know. Let your fans know that they got something going on. That's how the network grows. That's how your fan base grows, and your fan base grows, and your fan base grows. Tell each other about what you guys are doing. You know,
I bet the Boger book would play out well in the historical groups also. Like there's Japanese history groups and Asian history groups.
I'll give
Yeah,
that a shot.
that's one of the things I always do with my books is I try to think of what is tangential to the book. I mean, I can always hit comic book groups, but what is tangentially related to the book?
Right.
Is it a horror book? Because then I could put it in the horror groups. Is it just a straight up bad girl sexy book? Because I can put it in all the sexy comic art books, comic art groups. Is it a historical thing? I could go to all the history groups. You know, I mean, there's just so many different groups you can hit.
UFOs. Look, if you got a UFO in your book, there are tons of UFO groups on Facebook. Tons of them.
I'm a part of a few of them.
You see what I'm saying? It's all genre. That's why it's the comic related madness, right? It's comics and everything related to comics. Everything that people write comics about. It's all the genres, man. They're all there. Indie comic. That's why I love indie comics. There's no genre untouched. You know, there's books about everybody. Firemen, EMTs. There's books about everything. It's like that's why I love indie comics. And if you're trying to expand a comic horizon, there's nothing better than getting involved in all these groups that promote indie comics.
Yeah.
You know.
So, Mitch, what caused you to choose Indiegogo as your crowdfunding platform? See, because there's so many of them now.
Yeah, I want to know that one too.
Well, the first campaigns I did ever were on Kickstarter. That was kind of when Indiegogo was first, starting to tread water. But I mainly picked Indiegogo, for two reasons. One, they're flexible goal options. So if you back the book, you get the book. Two, at the time they seemed less authoritarian than Kickstarter, because Kickstarter was, dropping people like flies, over stupid shit.
Indiegogo's no better now.
Yeah, I've heard.
So once the campaign's over, are you will the book only be available through the campaign, or are you going to set up a website afterwards so that people can go along and buy it at a later date?
Yes, I do have a website, and it will be available on the website.
Excellent.
All the stuff I've done so far is available on my website, CelticCrossComics.com.
Cool.
How do you keep the price point so low with so many multiple covers?
I don't know. I just basically priced it like each cover was an individual book. I'm doing Comics Wellspring, and I think they have an option. I could be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is an option where you can split, order books and then split them up based on cover, I think. I haven't done variants with Comics Wellspring, so I don't know.
You only order a Comics Wellspring. You order a minimum of 25, and it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But
yeah,
I mean, Comics Wellspring isn't the cheapest printer in the world, especially since it's print on demand. So that's why I was wondering how you were keeping the price point so low if you wanted to make any money off.
well, I've done the math, and and I will make money off of it. Because I did go in and do the free quote thing, and pricing it at $5, there is profit for each book.
Good.
Now you also have to remember, Max, that he's not paying an artist. He's not paying.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah.
He is all those things, so it's all
myself.
in-house costs. But Mitch, you have to consider your time as money too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so all the
already
time
done.
you put in, at what point do you get to where you say, okay, now my time's paid for. Now I'm making money.
I haven't really thought about that part. I have a day job, so Yeah, so as far as like money goes, it's not as big of a hassle as if this was my main source of income. But I don't know. I'll just have to see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, it's just some questions I have because I'm a publisher too. So
yeah,
I'm all about making the money. You guys, especially you guys that do this all basically by yourself, not to undersell yourself. And yeah, I'm making more money than it costs to print it, but am I making more money than it costs for me to actually do all this art, do all this writing, do all this lettering?
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, you gotta like figure out how long.
Pay yourself too.
Well, in my 2 cents, I get the idea that I bet Mitch could be getting a higher price point on those books, at least a couple of them. And the reason why I ask is not because I know everything. I look at it and I thought, "Ooh, this is a nice looking book. I bet it would go for higher." But that's always the tough call, right? Because hey, maybe if it's a lower price, you sell more of them. So I'm not disagreeing with what Pop said. I just, you got a good level of quality on this project, and the design of it is very cohesive. So sometimes maybe you might have a higher price point customer walking around in there.
Yeah, I did think about setting the books higher, but as Pop said earlier, the economy is just not in a good state right now.
Yeah, pricing is a difficult thing because I've seen people do it before, and I know I've done it myself before, where you think, if I do it cheap enough, then loads of people will buy it. And there's that thin line where it's cheap enough that loads of people will buy it. But if you just go over that line by a couple of pennies, then all of a sudden it's so cheap that people are put off. And the same goes the other way as well. So trying to find that right price point, you've got to do so much experimenting before you find it.
And you got to consider the page count in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This one's about 20 to 24 pages.
And $5 to $10 is perfect for 20 to 24 page book. You definitely don't want to go over that, but then when you get into the higher page count, then it costs more to do different types of bindings and all that kind of stuff. You keep it floppy, you keep it semi-affordable, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you go into the trades and stuff like that, then the price.
Yeah, I'd like to. We got a bunch of publishers in the room here. Let's ask that question. So, what's your thoughts on when you move up to let's call it a variant cover, and this one has, let's say it's got a CRoM logo, and like Pops was saying, what's the price point for something like that, and would you consider doing it? And I mean, like really moving it up. Maybe it's like a 30. I've seen some of these books $50 for some of these CRoM books. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I do what I do every time. I take the price of how much it costs to produce the comic and divide it all out, and then plot out my wonderful graph. Find the shaded spot and pick a point in there to set the price point at. That way I don't lose money and we still make some money. I try to keep it closer to the line so it's not as expensive, but there are sometimes when you can't help it. Like when you're talking foil, God, that's like $10-15 a print.
Yeah, listen, one of the reasons I asked this, I'm doing a bunch of foils on this cryptid book. There's like shiny covers, there's weird logos, there's the mirror thing, and some of the books. And here's the thing. Pops was right. You got to have some kind of book, or at least a digital or something, in the realm where people that can buy it and not have to shell too much out of pocket. Yeah. But the market research supports the fact, thanks Pops, that there is a price point for these higher end books. So when I say higher end, some of these things are $50 books. I won't have any 50s on mine, but I'm going to have a 20 and a 25. And there are things like one of them is there's going to be a black and white edition. The cover is embossed and it's numbered, and the whole thing is black and white except for the cover is in like a bright putrescent green logo on it.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's going to be like really 60s out.
That'd be super cool.
Yeah, and by the way, I should throw up a share of that.
We had the most expensive book we ever sold was a $60 book. It was a metal cover with Ed Benez art on it.
Right.
So, I had to pay for Ed Benez. I had to pay for the metal print. So the price went up.
Well, and you could kind of even say that Like you mentioned about dividing it across the issues, right, Max? That's what you meant?
Yeah.
Yeah, but for your variant, you might only have to have, I mean, let's say 100. You could get that through crowdfunding. Even a CRoM book is what, maybe, I'm going to say $7 off the top of my head.
That's it's about $7-8.
So right there's your $20 book if you're into CRoM. And by the way, I'd ask some other people like this too. Like we were talking to Lucifer mentioned they have the soft touch, like a matte finish cover on their book.
Yeah.
Like my point is, these are not the least expensive options. In fact, they're the most expensive options. What's your thoughts on that, Lucifer? Does your book perform better with the better printing techniques?
Well, I still managed to keep the price fairly low, even using soft touch lamination. I mean, when we did the first issue, we did like an introductory price of $2, and I was still making a profit off of that. You know, not much of a profit, but a little bit of a profit. And then, the price gradually built up. But that was just for the campaigns. Now at conventions, I'll take out all 4 issues of the book and say, look, they're $4 each. But if you get the whole set together, then they're $3 each, which that makes people jump straight in. And I still make a profit off of it because there are some little things like the soft touch lamination. I mean, I thought it was going to cost like so much more. And like I said, it hardly made a difference to the overall cost through the printer that I was using. Hence why I was like, cool, we'll do the same thing with the trade paperback, which we're going to be looking to price at about $14-15.
Well, like Joe, that's the one I was telling you guys about. Max, that's the book that's going to be $25. And here's what you're seeing there. Ready? There's only going to be 50 of these made. It's full black and white art the whole way through and like gray shading. And it's going to have credits and stuff that looks like it's a 1970s Kurtis magazine, like, Tales. Right? It's pretty cool. So, and again, it's like a special version of the book. If the cost allows, I might even do something like, I said it's full black and white because that was the concept. It's like creepy magazine, right?
Yeah. But it's very Warren.
Yeah, man, exactly. See, a guy like him totally gets it. So what you're going to have there, if time allows, I might even go through and like where it's all black and white and she's holding the radio, like just the radio would be red. Like I might even do just one color throughout. Yeah. But I guess the concept was to do a black and white book. So what you have is it's a black and white version of the story. And like I say, the art has this really kind of cool hand painted look that works in a black and white. And this
we wanted to do one color too. But I'll tell you, Tim, right now that if you do one color, you're paying for color.
I know, man. And not only that, but we didn't design the pages that way. So I'm actually going back and, I mean, it'll be all 4 of us running through the garden again on that one. So I probably won't do too much with that, but there's a couple of things like that. And this is when I say experimenting, right? Like I've done some higher end books, and to me, higher end is $15, $25. But I guess I'm going to try to probably go to, there's one that's even more jacked up than this. It's numbered, embossed, and it has a CRoM. It's not even a CRoM logo. It's like iridescent to where it's like it's not quite glow in the dark, but that's sort of what it looks like.
Nice.
Yeah. Cool. So, and that one will probably be like $40. And
if
again,
you get the word cryptid to glow in the dark, that would be sick.
I know that's exactly what the concept is. And but the problem is sometimes the glow in the dark ones, they don't look as cool. They look coolest with the lights off, but when the lights on, they don't. The ink doesn't really. Yeah,
that yellow is not really the best.
Right, it's sort of unattractive. So, but yeah, that's one of the ideas. And there's also going to be stuff like like what's your thoughts on numbering? What I mean by that, it'll say something like limited edition 2 of 50, 3 of 50. And then what you do is, I want to ask you guys' opinion. I'll ask this too. Any interest in the CGC graded books?
CGC is great, especially if you want to do some stuff as add-ons.
Right.
If you want to sell those CGC books as add-ons, that's fantastic. And there's definitely a market for it, especially when you get that 9.8 or that 10.0.
Yeah, you got to pre-screen them. Did you know you could do that?
No.
You send them a stack, and if it's because look, I'm printing them by myself 90% of the time. So you can send a stack and send 12 or 15 in a stack, and say, hey, pre-screen me 9.8s. What that means is, because really there's a collector's sweet spot for 9.8s. There's people that will collect only that. Maybe they don't even like the book. They just collect 9.8s. Well, if you send them a stack and there's 2 9.6s and a 9.4, maybe you don't want to pay to have those graded. So they just kick those back to you and they just complete however many were in your set that did clear the bar.
Well, that's pretty slick. I didn't know you could do that with CGC.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in the middle of setting my CGC account up. I've been talking with Brittany and everything over there. Getting it all set up.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that. If I can help, I got a little bit of a connection there.
Cool.
But yeah, I do that, and I guess you'll probably do signing your own books then, won't you?
Mitch? Oh, sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry. I got a text.
First off, yeah, Mitch,
sorry
do you sign when you fulfill your campaigns, do you sign your books?
Yes. There's an option when you order to sign, if you want them signed and numbered. Yeah, because one thing I've noticed, I noticed this before I started working or started doing crowdfunding campaigns when I was just doing selling books at conventions, that for some reason, some people don't want books signed.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I found that.
That's why I always ask at the conventions, when I'm at conventions, people buy something, I'm saying, do you want me to deface your book?
Sign it to eBay.
Yeah. No, I found that as well. Not everyone likes having their books signed. So what I tend to do with campaigns is like I'll use like a book plate or something or a compliment slip, and I'll write a little message and then sign it and stuff. But what I've just started doing with orders through my website is I've written out a letter that can be addressed to anyone that I've got saved on my computer. So whenever anyone puts in an order, I can put their name into it, I can print it up, I then hand sign it, and then it's folded up, it's put into a white envelope which has got their name written on it, and then I've got one of these old wax seal stamps with a pentagram on it.
Nice.
So I spend a lot of time pre-making these wax seal stamps, and then I use like a little sticker and I stick that right on the back, so they don't even know about it when they order. That's just a nice little surprise for them. When they get the package, they open up and there's a letter from the devil directly for them, because it even says like in the corner, from the desk of Lucifer Storm and stuff. And it's it's all kind of it leans into almost like the horror host kind of language, sort of like, oh, I hope this letter finds you in a twisted state of mind and things like that. And so far, every time I've done that with a customer, they absolutely love it.
Yeah, that's pretty slick. I mean, we did. When Mary Machine Gun issue number 1 was mailed and everything, I had a girl write down, thanks for buying my book and stuff, in really girly handwriting and everything, and had her sign it from Mary and put them all in there for everybody, so they got a personalized little letter from Mary Machine Gun herself.
That's a great idea too, and I kind of wish RJ was here, but maybe we'll toss this question around the room. One of the things that I'm trying to do, I like the idea of having a hand-signed memento. Mm-hmm. And in my case, it's usually something like I have postcards made of the covers. And then on the back, I write a little note. Hey, thank you for your generous support. You're the lifeblood of the indie comics community. Stuff like that. People like to get a little bit of a note from the creator.
Yeah, cool.
But now I've started fulfilling off-site, right? Mm-hmm. So when you get to so many orders and the complexity of them that we now have, there's not really a way for me to, well, first of all, I can't do it out of my basement anymore. And number two, the orders are just too big, right? There's not really a way for me to get to it all in time. So what do you guys do when you make these? How would you address that?
RJ's got that figured out too.
Well, I bet you RJ would probably say something like, hey, you could hand sign all the things and then send it to me as a stack of postcards. Mm-hmm. And then he would distribute that, which is one of the angles, we could do something. Yeah.
When we do signature stuff nowadays, it's like we've got it set up to where we've got Johnny, my business partner, he's got a comic shop. So we do all our fulfillment out of the comic shop.
Oh, that's nice.
And he does, like, I'm the data entry guy, so I go through the Kickstarter and create all the mailing labels. And while I'm creating the mailing labels, Johnny's packing the shipment up. And by the time I'm done printing that mailing label, he's done packing up, and then we just slap that mailing label on there and shoot it out.
Yeah.
And It's quick. We can do like 200, 300 packages a day. So that's pretty sweet.
There's my fulfillment. That's one of the posters going out. I was showing the gang earlier. It's one of those.
I like how you shipped it flat instead of putting it in the tube.
Yes.
I've done it both ways. The shipping it flat is not necessarily, you'd think it would be expensive. It's not.
Oh.
It's not too much more than a book. One like that might be $12. And I got it's what it is. It's 2 posters and 2 comics. And they're like, each one is packed into a layer of foam. Like it's tight in here with foam, but it's light. It's not necessarily cardboard backing, if you follow me.
Yeah.
It's held in place by foam. So that's a different way to, I guess I better not show the customer's address, but it's headed to Las Vegas, Nevada.
We got peoples in Vegas. Yep.
Well, I hate to do this, guys, but I've got to shoot, I'm afraid.
Okay, nice to meet you, Luke.
Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mitch.
Again, Lucifer.
Good to see you, Max, and it's always good to see you, Pops.
As always, I will be in touch, and you keep me up to date, my friend.
Oh, I will do. Don't you worry, because I have a few secrets to show you behind the scenes. All right, guys, you take care of yourselves, all right?
You too.
Cool.
Have a good day.
See ya.
Yo, he's been sending me sneak peeks, guys, and it's like I've said this before. I probably have the largest file of stuff I can't show people in all of indie comics because people are always sending me stuff and going, "Don't show nobody."
I'll tell you what, man, the beginning of CRoM Con is off to a great start. We got some terrific books. We got some terrific creators. I was impressed by the level of quality of the books we're seeing here.
Dude, it's always this way, ain't it, Max?
Yep.
Right. It's always this way. So, Timothy, this is actually your time, bro.
Oh, man, awesome. I just finished the box.
Mitch, you're welcome to hang out, but we definitely have bled over into your time. I'm glad.
Let me grab my drink and I'll come right back.
All right, I'm glad he's been the one asking most of the questions.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you've been asking most of the questions anyway, so it's your turn. It's been your time. Congratulations. Thank you very much for coming by CRoM Con.
Timothy has actually been another very welcome addition to the network. He's joined Dave with the show-offs on Sunday. Been doing that show. He's doing Holden's 11, his show. We're doing that as replays on Friday nights, and he brought the Creative Cranium to the network live on Thursday nights. So, it's just keep growing.
Where's Doc today?
Doc's with the fam.
No, I don't want to hear that crap.
Well, I can't say much. I'm having dinner with the parents, so.
I wish I could say I'm taking the day off to hang out with the fam, but I don't get to do that too often. So, for me, it's I'll have time to hang out with the family once this thing is built and established. But until then, I don't have the luxury of taking time off. What do you got, Timothy?
Oh, shit. Look at Timothy looking all professional now.
Yep.
I can hear you guys better. Hey, the first thing I wanted to say was, I'm kind of new to the whole podcasting thing and that which we've been working on doing. And it's funny, I talk to Pops a lot behind the scenes. He's the producer, as you know. And he says things to me like, this one came true 2 days ago. He said, hey, man, don't book the guests out too far. What you're going to find is you're going to get right to about a month and they'll be dropping off. Had my first one yesterday. 2 people dropped out. All of a sudden, I got no show, right? That's the one I didn't have the thumbnail for. Mm-hmm. So I drop back and punt. We get Laurie and Peter Welmerink to come on. Man, we end up having one of the best shows. So my contribution of trying to do that is that. And by the way, that's also my way of inviting Max and inviting Mitch. If you ever want to come on the air and promote your project, and what we try to do is we ask you questions about what your creative process is, like how did you make it? And the idea is that maybe a backer might be interested in your stuff. And Max, I'm familiar with your work, and I know customers would love to talk and see what's inside your head.
Sure.
And Mitch, I think you too. I think people. I'm very interested in Asian history myself. You probably sense that. Matter of fact, I have a project like that too, but I don't want to step on yours. This is your moment, it's your time. But when we get off the air, I'd love to talk to you about that. You okay, Max?
Max, okay.
I'm fine.
All right. Cool. So where I was going at, that is called the Creative Cranium. That runs Thursday nights at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and it's usually me and 2 other guests. So and Pops helps us produce it. Going pretty well so far, and the customers seem to like it. My backers wrote to me, and they were saying things like, it's fun to learn about how the things were made, and we're trying to develop methods of reaching our backers that seem more like a show and less like an advertisement. Of course, I'm speaking just for myself. You know, and also in my small way, if I can give back to the indie community, this is my way of doing so. Because, you know, look, let's be honest, in a perfect world, I want to support every project. I'm at something like 95 projects backed. Like it's a real cost already in my day. But I realized pretty quickly, the thing that really tends to benefit everybody is if we're helping promote the shows and saying nice things about them on the air and showing artwork reveals and this kind of thing. And I'm glad to do that for you guys anytime that I can. Of course, that's the Creative Cranium. But the other parts that I do when I'm not doing that is, of course, I promote my own line of science fiction comics that we make over here in York, Pennsylvania. It's a small studio called Earth Dog Studios. Some of you know it already. We make Water Wars 2288 over here, and that's been churning through the pages of Planet Comics and Antarctic Press this year. And we're something like 5 issues into that series. And also, we're the ones I was telling you, we make the hollow foil books for that, right? So that's number 4. That's
so sweet.
Yeah, right. They came out great, man. And that's the one I was telling you, Max. Even for, I think that's a 40-pager. Our books are a little oversized, but that's with glossy text. And that is, I want to say that's about $6 and something a cover. I know that's pricey, but you know, I sell them for $25.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's not bad. I mean, I'd be selling that for $20, $30. So
yeah. So and by the way, these are things that are new that I'm trying to, and I'm just kind of trying to share with you.
Things like that, though. Things like that, I would go the extra mile and individually number them. Like you only print 25 of them. I would do 1 through 25. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it says 1 of 25, 2 of 25.
Right, make it super collectible.
Go ahead and give it the collectible value that you're going for. I mean, all, if you're gonna do it go all the way.
Yep. And that's when you even start talking about, you know, there's embossing or that kind of thing. I probably won't do that, but it will be. Well, would you like to see the reveal of one that I haven't showed anybody yet? I've got it in the stream if you guys want to see it. And like I said, we're talking about trying new things. This is a new book. It is a cryptid-based sci-fi series titled Call of the Cryptid. It'll come with a collector set of 5 variant covers, including the black and white chrome enhanced that I showed you before, the Noir edition. This one is called the Classified Document. And it's got a little bit of the feature of a... It looks like an X-Files type document, sort of.
I was going to say it's very X-Files or Fire in the Sky.
Right. And you're going to have the purple reflective ink, and the places that are white will have printable hollow foil showing through.
Cool.
You're really pushing the limits with covers. That's awesome.
Yeah. And this one was let me give him a quick shout out. A little bit hard to say, okay? It's Italian name. He is Massimiliano Veltri. It's his name. I believe I said that correctly. And he is, as you can see, a little bit more of a fine art kind of a guy for me. But again, we're talking about pushing the envelope here. Every page is going to look like this. And the idea is what we try to do is the same that we did with the Water Wars Chronicles, meaning that it is along the lines of what they used to call a prestige format
graphic novel. And those would be things that came from DC or from the Vertigo line. And they were square bound books like Arkham Asylum and Black Orchid and Books of Magic, things like that. And I mean, in the sense, look, I'm not even saying our books are as good as that. I realize I just made a bold statement, but I'm saying that when we publish them, what format is it supposed to look like when it comes out of the pipe? That's what it's supposed to look like when it comes out the other end of the pipe. Like, you know, shooting for world class. And I feel confident saying that in this room because I know both you guys have these, you know, terrific projects. So yeah, my project, that's Call of the Cryptid. That's over in the pre-launch right now. We're trying to get to, I'm going to shoot for 100 followers before we start. That seems pretty good to me. The goal on this one, I'm not 100% sure because you know, it's not part of an ongoing series. This is a new one. This is a new IP. So, man, I'm jumping into the water. I don't 100% know what to expect just yet.
Well, the whole thing is that you don't want to get locked into one thing and then that's all anybody knows you for. You want to be able to.
Right. Here's the next series. Now, yeah.
You've had 5 successful campaigns.
Yeah, this will be number 6.
Yeah, there's no reason not to jump out somewhere else real quick, you know?
Yeah, and we do it a little bit different. Like I say, and not because I'm smart or anything, but because I have like anxiety. Like I actually make the books ahead of time. So when you're seeing these books on the Kickstarter, it's kind of what we call in the can, meaning all the art's done and maybe just lettering is already started. Like it's almost coming out of the chute.
We finish all of our books before we kickstart them or anything too.
Yeah, man, it is good policy. And creators maybe that are happening to be watching, a great policy is, I'm going to give 2 pieces of advice. You ready? Number 1, don't start your second Kickstarter if every backer does not have the book in their hand. Meaning if you have multiple campaigns. If you have one, you do your thing. But if you're doing 2, 3, and 4, don't release 3 and 4 if your customer doesn't have 1 and 2. Right? Mm-hmm. You guys agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And number 2, if you're go ahead.
At least have it mailed out.
yeah. Or at least a clear communication about everything. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Because, you know, the way that we act, guys, this is the way that we act is going to determine what some people think of crowdfunded projects.
Oh yeah, every time a crowdfunded project is 2 years late, 3 years late, that reflects poorly on crowdfunding.
Right.
And a lot of my backers, they're repeat backers. But I also have a lot of new backers every campaign. So if I screw up, then they're just going to be like, well, this Kickstarter thing sucks. You don't get your book.
Yeah.
I just wasted money, you know?
Yeah.
So,
that's I noticed a lot of the crowdfunding detractors always go to is the handful of campaigns where it's like 2-3 years and they're not fulfilled. You know, it's like example of the whole community.
Yeah, that's that same percentage of. I look at the long box and short box of mini comics. 3 years. That's, you know, a lot of books. Those are all books that people fulfilled. Yeah, there are those jackasses who have blown people off for years. Don't back them again. That's
well, yeah, and it's like Pop said, the ones that are. And look, I'm not singling anybody out. And again, everybody do your thing, man. We're all on the journey, right? But in my limited experience, it goes a lot better if we all sort of look out for each other and we team up and we sort of police that kind of stuff. And I mean, even some of the people that I respect, you know, if you're taking a year to put out a book to your backers and you're a creator, and here's the thing, I'm doing it part-time. And if you're doing it a year, that's too long. It's too long.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a 24-page book and you take a year,
right?
You tell me you can't do 2 pages a month,
right? Yeah, or at least maybe you shouldn't say something correct on your Kickstarter. You were not even close to where you should have been yet.
Yeah.
So that's thing number 1, and thing number 2 was to go back to something that also Max said, which is my best category is people that are coming back to me. So those are the ones that should get a little bit of extra stuff. Things like, and I'm going to mention this because they got the Call of the Cryptid on its pre-launch right now over on Kickstarter. That's titled Call of the Cryptid. I hope you'll check it out. And the idea is if you are international, it comes with a free upgrade. That's correct. The backer that's international, no matter what tier they buy, they get to pick one of the more expensive books and get that one for free.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, here's why, right? It solves two things. International backers should get something because you're spending, in my case, $20 to $25 to get
to ship it.
Right. So almost to a level where they don't want to do it because if the book's expensive, you know what I mean? It gets crazy. Yeah. But if they could buy one book, say the $10 book, or I might even do $12. If it's a $12 book, excuse me, if it's a $12 book and they get one free and they get the $40 book, and then of course there's stickers and cards and there's a mini print, like they'll get the bonus package.
Yeah.
You're already paying for the shipping. That's the most expensive part. You may as well be hooking that guy up. And then you always get them. When I say always, in my experience, there's 4 or 5 each campaign. You'll get that customer back again. The international person who went, wow, this was worth it. I thought it was cool.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, and you really don't lose anything because, like you and I,
adding a single book that doesn't change your
right. And all you're really losing is, like you and I talked about, the variants. You know, one of the things about the what I call the expensive variants, some of it is to get a little excitement around your campaign, and some of it is it's a cool collectible. Someone will say, "Hey, wow, I got one." That customer international who opens up his package, getting ready to get his cheap version, and he pulls it out and it's the chrome enhanced hollow foil, he's going to go, whoa, the guy hooked me up, man. Right. And what does it cost you? $6, $7, something like that.
$6-7 to have a customer for life.
Sure.
That's worth it, you know?
So we're definitely going to be doing that. And one of the things that we also do, like I was telling the gang earlier, is we make trading cards for the books.
We have a whole trading card series.
Yeah. And are you on the? You're on the AP. Are you doing value stamps? Hey, what's up, Paul?
What's up, Paul?
What's happening?
Mary Machine Gun will be on the value stamp.
Okay, gotcha.
It's just got to take. It takes time.
You got to take off.
We're signed to AP. We're going to be the first book in the Superverse.
Nice.
So, they're gonna put it all together. And they submitted the stuff to Diamond for solicitation this week, so I can't wait until my first time in Diamond. I'll take that page and
man,
frame it. Yeah.
I was as Max knows, I collect the previews guides that I'm in.
Man, that's awesome! Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hello.
Rich. Hello.
Sorry I was so late. I bought some new equipment and I was testing it out and it just wasn't working the way I wanted it to. So
you're 2 minutes late, Paul. I think you're good.
How dare I?
Well, guys, I gotta go. I got a prior engagement. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, y'all go.
Mitch, it's good to meet you.
Go check out the folder.
Yeah, best of luck with your project.
Thank you.
Check it out. Back at $5 a book. You can get all 4. You can get all 5 covers.
Yeah, man, a lot of value there.
Do you have you did have the previous books there too, right? Both for $40.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In case you want to read where it began.
Yeah, you can get everything caught up. You can get caught up. You can get everything involved with the series on that campaign. Go over there and check it out. You know why we're here. Promote, share, retweet, all that stuff. Do it. Go check it out.
All right.
Paul,
see you guys. Have a nice rest of CRoM Con.
Will do.
I like that dude. That dude's cool.
Paul's next in the fire.
How's everyone doing?
I've been doing great, man. How you been?
I've been, like I said, I got some new equipment, especially set up for that live launch on April the 1st. Prelude to Aurora is coming out. I was getting some equipment because we're going to have a ton of guests there, and I needed more than one microphone, so this thing wasn't going to work just for everything. But currently, that equipment's not working just right, but that's kind of why we were messing with it today instead of not next week, April 1st, Prelude to Aurora live launch. How's it going?
Paul, it's
Did
great
you
to
get
see you,
like a
man.
couple microphones and a mixer or something?
I got 2 lapel microphones, and you know, I had to hook up the transmitter to the computer and then try to hook them up, but it wasn't communicating with each other just right now. Me and my son were going to be on, sitting right next to each other, but now he's like, I wanted to be on. I wanted to talk to Pops, and I'm like, go away.
You wanted to, and now you don't get to. So
Now you don't get to. Go away. Actually, he's over there setting up on his little phone thing. He's like, I wanted to be on it right beside you, though.
Hey, I don't blame him. Look, there's one thing to do these shows where we're all sitting apart from each other. When I was at Savannah and I got to sit at a table and actually interact with people live,
right?
So much different.
Right.
If I had like Doc sitting here next to me while we're doing CRoM Con, that would be so much different.
And that's why one of the things, you know, like I said, I bought some new equipment for that live launch. Laurie's going to be, you know, hosting that show, and, you know, I'm going to be there and she's going to interview me and we're going to be sitting right next to each other. Of course, my kid's going to be there and I'm sure he's going to be wanting to jump on. Also, you know, the store owner, because that's going to be at a local comic book store that's hosting us for that live launch. And, you know, we're going to interview him as well. Oh, that scared me.
This kid right here.
Someone's got their,
Hello.
their YouTube available.
Hey, man.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear. I just had to turn y'all up.
Dun, dun, dun.
Why do you always do that?
You know, I've done it since the kids were little, and I just have.
And
Okay, I got a
switched
question.
it to us.
I got a question for you and him.
Let's go.
The new book, is he going to cosplay a character in the new?
Well, he already looks like a gargoyle.
What?
And a demon if you squint your eyes. So I mean,
that's rude. God.
I mean, and look at the opening, dude. At the launch, you can't go as the ringleader from Bushy Boo.
We gotta make Martin as a gargoyle.
That's the littlest one.
And then Colton can be a demon.
And you're gonna be Aurora? What?
I don't know.
No.
You better quit giving up all the good spots, bro. No, see, you've set the precedent as being your dad's on-site cosplayer. So
yeah,
you're gonna have to pick a character, man, and roll with the flow.
Yeah.
Maybe like a gargoyle dog.
No, ain't gonna be no dog.
Goes to the Gozerian, goes to the Destructor, choose and perish.
Choose your father.
So, we got so much to talk about. What do we start with first? Can we start with PTSD?
You start with whatever you want, man.
Man, I mean, PTSD's been doing great. It had exclusive on Whatnot. You know, that pretty much sold out. I think they had like 1 or 2 left right there at the end, but I think they sold out. Man, it's been going good. Bushy Boo's been going good. Cryptic Haze has been selling really well, and you know, now we're going on to Prelude to Aurora.
Congratulations, you deserve it.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if I deserve it, but I'm definitely trying my hardest to get it out there and sell it, make sure that everybody knows about it, you know, and doing the work behind it.
Okay, well, you're busting out with the new title. We've covered all your old titles. Let's talk about the new. And give me a link. You got a sign up link? Give me a link to put in the chat.
You know I do. Dylan, talk to him while I find the link.
What do I talk about?
Don't break on me, boy.
I'm not breaking like the first time. I just don't know what to talk about.
Look, you're part of this. Okay,
Yeah.
what you need to talk about is your part of this. whenever somebody's directing it at you, you go to your part of this. You don't have to talk for your dad. You know what I mean? It's like you are part of what you guys are doing.
Mm-hmm.
Take that responsibility, take that credit, and roll with it, Roland. You see what
On that I did this, I did that.
Yeah.
Tell them about the new project you're working on.
Oh yeah, so me and my brother, we want to start a show, which it's probably won't be that big, but we want to do a review show with me and my brother, and we've already talked to a couple comic book stores about it. We had one that said they'll let us come in and read some comics for free every like Tuesday and Wednesday. So kind of like starting that. You all hear an echo?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's all your fault, Dad.
It's because you're in the same room as me.
It's because it's your fault.
Yep. So you gotta talk softer.
I know, right? I gotta talk like this.
No, I wasn't talking about the review show. Tell them about your project that you're working on, the comic.
Oh, that one? Oh.
I gotta carry this kid all the time.
Well, me and my dad decided we'd do a comic together that we'd write together. And me and my dad thought of the idea of setting it up and what it'd be about and how it's gonna go through the story. And it's like a superhero or supervillain turned good.
Spit it out, Junior.
I'm trying to. It's like a supervillain finally realizes what the superhero is trying to tell him, and he starts turning good, but the public doesn't like him, so it's not really going as he think it would.
As you think
something that wouldn't go good in the beginning. I mean, what I would have to try and are you going for the thing? Are you going for the story where it's like he's going to continuously prove himself and see how well he does? And because that sounds like a great premise, actually. Sounds like a really good story.
I just haven't gotten too much into it yet. I just have the idea down. I haven't started writing it or finding out names or all that.
We've been brainstorming the outline, and I've been explaining to him how we built how we built the other comics and how I learned, what to do to write it. So he's getting the fundamentals down right now, and we've been taking like an hour or two every day, and he's been throwing these ideas that he wants to do in the comic at me, and we're just kind of at that brainstorming phase.
That's really wonderful, man, that you're doing that with your son. That's really awesome. I have to admit, that's really great stuff.
Thank you. And I couldn't do it without him. Right? I'm sorry?
Dylan, that's your name?
Yeah.
Dylan, how are you finding learning all this process? I mean, see, I'm a teacher over at an art college, and there are some students that I have. While they're good students, they're finding out that the actual practice of creating a game or creating game art or creating any type of art or story in general isn't exactly as easy as it looks or easy as it sounds. How are you finding the process of learning everything that your dad is teaching you, as well as any type of independent work, any independent learning you might be doing for yourself? I mean, how do you find it? I mean, do you find it more difficult than you thought it would be, or are you just rolling with the punches?
I'm kind of rolling with the punches, but then it's actually kind of fun because I'm a freshman in high school, so I'm trying to get into everything I can and find out how it's gonna go in high school. So I'm trying to learn everything and try new things. So it's been pretty fun trying new things. So.
And I think it's great the fact that he came to me and he wanted to do a story. And like I was telling him, I'm not going to write it for him. I'm going to show him what I was shown, basically. and kind of give him the space to make errors and whatnot, but be there to catch him. One of the things that I think that him and his brother are doing that's really amazing is they wanted to do this review show. So I think that's going to help him write his story that he's wanting to talk about too.
Well, the more stories that he reads, and not just from one writer, from numerous writers, he'll get an understanding of how things are and how a story can potentially be paced.
Right.
And also, if you really feel like pursuing it, there's nothing wrong with studying screenwriting or playwriting.
Right.
On an extra, I mean, because comic books really are just scripts for plays, but with an infinite stage instead of just like a small stage where it's at the stage left, at the stage right. You know what I mean? And there's always narrative beats. There's always changes in scenes. There's always arcs and stories. I mean, I might have graduated with whatever I did for writing, but there are people here who are far more experienced at writing than I am. So as far as that's concerned, I would definitely talk to your dad, and I definitely, if there was a chance, you can probably talk to Max as well, because he's a very good writer in his own right. Just like, who else? Carissa, you know, Dad's friend. You know, Dad's friend, really good friend who sends pictures to him of her face and everything, but not to me, of course. But I'm not jealous.
Not jealous?
Nope,
we
not
just
at
got
all.
off the phone a second ago.
Oh, you did, huh?
She's at a con at the moment.
Is she now? So she reached out to you, right? Huh?
You know, I can't remember as long as the conversation
Stop,
that we had.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Quiet, man.
You can't call you Rich. It costs too much money to call. You're international.
It does cost too much money, but I can hear her in my heart. Wow, did I just say that out loud? Oh my God. I mean, your dad is obviously very successful, continuing his success as he goes along, and it's always good to pick the brains and get some advice from people who are in that particular craft. So you learn more outside of anything scholastic than you do. I mean, you learn more professionally than you would scholastically, especially on the fly. So.
But I mean, it does help, and I've told you before, make sure you talk to your English teacher. You know, they're a great source to go to, and your director of your plays. You know, like he was saying, you know, talk to him about the plays. You're studying a play at the moment, or you auditioned for one. What, this week?
Yeah, I got 3 different
what play
roles,
was it?
so that's fun.
English teacher's probably a failed
It
writer.
was like the con, something like that. I don't know how to say it. It's more Spanish than anything, so it's got different.
Bolero.
You know how to say it.
Don Quixote.
Don Quixote.
Don Quixote.
No, it's Caligula. Caligula.
But I'm proud of him, you know, reaching out and
be.
trying new things with his play at school and with this comic that he's wanting to do and the review show. I think he's got a lot on his plate. But
when it comes to story, the easiest way to start is just study the 3-act structure.
Yeah.
I mean, and then there you go. It tells you, you start out with your introduction, then you have an inciting incident, and then the action pace rises, and then it hits a certain point, and then your hero is knocked back down to the ground and gets their dick knocked in the dirt, and it drops down to the lowest point, to a low point, and they climb back up again, and then they get knocked back down, and then they're at the lowest point that they've ever been before. Then it rises back up again, and you have your finale, and then you have your conclusion. Those are the 3. That's the 3-act structure, and use it specifically because people are used to that structure.
Yeah. You know, and one of the main things I always say is make sure your character's not the same at the end of the story that they are at the beginning.
Oh yeah, they got to learn something.
You know, they have to go through that process of figuring out what's new and what they're learning or how they're being affected. And that's definitely one of the things that grasps a reader. You know, if you move them through the story, even if it's not in that story specifically, as long as they're moving, they're learning, or they're changing. But the story's really got to grip that reader, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, all stories at their core are about the change of a person or something like that.
Remember, you got to change, Rich, for the better.
What? I will never change. I like who I am. I like my pain. I like who I am. Look at me. I'm handsome. Whereas,
and there's, of course, things that people do. Then you can start, once you know the rules, you can start breaking the rules and start subverting expectations and having good times with it and doing fun shit.
The hero's journey. Absolutely.
Yeah, Mary Machine Gun is basically written off Joseph Campbell's fucking story, the monomyth. His examination of the monomyth and the hero's journey. Mary Machine Gun just follows it exactly. Which gives it a very Star Wars feel. So I dropped some Star Wars lines in there, like "Don't get cocky, kid," and I thought that I don't have a bad feeling about this.
in this story right here, I pull a line. This is my boomstick. Yeah, it's always
one of the ones that Max used for Ninja Bimbos versus Zombies from Deep Space, which I will never forget because I actually read it in context, and the way I was looking at it, I just could not stop laughing. Was wait, I thought you were a vegetarian, and I'm like, oh,
Mitch, no, you're a vegan.
You're a vegan. No, I'm like. That's not something you would say when you're being eaten alive. It's like, I mean, you're not consciously thinking, hey, this guy is changing his dietary needs just to consume me. Wow. It's like, oh, wait, I'm dying. Oh, no. It's like, I was like,
that joke was all about surprise. Because it's very difficult to write comedy in a comic book. Because
I agree.
One of the aspects of comedy is timing.
That is true.
And it's hard to know timing of how fast your reader is going to read what you're putting out. So that beat may fall flat if the timing isn't right. So you're kind of relegated to surprise comedy and
good punchlines.
Yeah, good punchlines.
Yeah.
I was going to say witty writing.
Well,
I dig the witty writing. Witty writing is fun. I just don't remember writing though.
Well, and like I might have mentioned once before, I got that new project that's going to be coming out April 1st. It's going to be live launch duel from a store here in Burleson, Texas, called Geek Out. We're going to be there with a bunch of guests. Laurie's going to be hosting. Of course, I'm going to be there, and I think Dylan might be there.
Carissa going to be there?
No, I don't think she's going to be there.
That's right, because she's going to be with me.
Well, as long as y'all are cuddled up and watching the live launch, I'm okay with that. We're going to have other guests, too, including some of the artists that are working on the project. Jeff Mute, I'm sorry, Zach Spivey, and some of the other few people that are working on it, including McLean McGuire, who's going to be the lettering, and the editor Chuck Panay is going to be there, or going to be streaming. He's going to be at C2E2, so we're hoping that we see and hear from him. But we're going to be giving out free gifts, not only in store, but online as well. So make sure you're there April 1st, 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 p.m. Eastern.
5 p.m. Eastern, which would be 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Greenwich Mean Time for us Brits.
So you make sure you're all cuddled up and watching, okay, Rich?
I will be. I'll have my.
I used to have to convert shit to GMT all the time.
I will have pillowcase that I have Paul Gomez's face on it.
Yeah.
All over the place, and I'll hold it nice and tight like this.
And where he's like staring up at you, all up.
No, your dreamy eyes staring at me, and I'll go, Paul, I love you.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things on the horizon. Obviously, this project is coming out, but other than that, I also got picked up by a publishing company, which is Blood Moon Comics. They picked up a project, and that's going to be coming out August 30th to local stores everywhere. That's called Dracula's Descendants, and I'm actually working on the second issue right now.
Sweet. You.
We're going to jump from this Kickstarter, which is Prelude, to Dracula's Descendants in about a month after.
Ooh.
And, it's going to be on Kickstarter. And then after that, like I said, August 30th, it's going to be in stores everywhere.
Paul, we're going to be live at the same time. We should do some kind of cool cross promo where we'll team up and do something.
Maybe a mini print for someone who buys both or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Some sword action. That's awesome.
Yeah. Maybe
That's who
a combination card.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I was actually talking about the cards earlier. We're going to have the CRoM enhanced. It looks like you're looking at a mirror and like the guy's stepping out of the mirror. You know what
we should do is like a connecting cards. One card with yours and one card with mine, but both of them have the same picture.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Rich can help draw that.
I could. Why would you want anything from me? I'm the worst artist ever.
Well, because Carissa might enjoy some of your art.
No, she won't. She prefers any other artist over me. Because I suck at this game. I suck at art. I'm a terrible artist.
You're fired, Rich.
Do you want to see Paul? Do you want to see a quick card preview?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to see one.
Wait until I do what I cover that I'm going to do for Max for the next CRoM Con. Max, it turns out I'll do it during the next CRoM Con.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, man.
So what we have there is this is what I was telling the guys earlier. It's a 2-layer print, and you have the one layer is CRoM. So the parts of the card that you see that are white there are kind of shiny, reflective material. So it looks like he's stepping through the doorway a little bit when he's coming at you.
Yeah, that would be cool. Kind of like your aliens on one side, and then like Gargoyle and Demon on that other side of the connecting card.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm telling you,
it's like Carissa wrote it.
Playing tug of war or something.
Every single thing you could possibly think of.
I got a Bigfoot too. I'll share him instead. Hold on.
Yes. Oh my God.
I'll show you guys these.
Look, it's Rich.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's me. Look, it's me. That's me after I shave.
So there's a closer look at Bigfoot. That's going to be a CRoM card too, and in his case, it might be like green and. Go ahead. What?
If you ever do an audio book of this, Rich has to be Bigfoot.
You got a deal.
Can I be Bigfoot? I want to be Bigfoot the accountant.
Absolutely.
Where it's like, hey, look, I want to do your taxes.
Got a Bigfoot with the fucking tie on and shit.
That would actually fit in here.
What's up, Brian?
Brian, what's up, man? Join us. Or say hi or whatnot. Whatever. Who knows?
I just wanted to show that. I didn't want to step on Paul's time too much, but I thought you might want to see the card.
Yeah, no, it looks great. Like I said, we should do something with the collect.
Yeah, man.
Connecting card
let's
or a mini print with both of our people.
Let's try it.
Yeah. That would be awesome.
I'm going to do some kind of launch party too. I'll invite all you guys and we can all hang out. There will be a chance. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. You can actually win these. You'll be able to win one of these Earth Dog Studios laser engravings.
Those are sweet. I remember those from last time you were on.
Yep. I got them now. I got 40.
I still need to get that information from you.
Yeah, I could drop it in the chat if you want.
Now, if by chance Brian can't get out here during segment 1, he is doing the horror movie club tonight during segment 2. Okay. So we will get to talk to Brian later. But if y'all don't know about Six Gun Gorilla over there on Indiegogo, just go look at Six Gun Gorilla over there on Indiegogo. That's where my boys works at. It's good stuff.
Love it.
Google that shit because it's shadow banned.
I'm going to put the actual link here.
I always think it's funny how
does shadow banning work?
Indiegogo just basically makes it to where you can't be found
Right.
through their search engine.
You can't go to Indiegogo and type in some titles and find them. But if you have the actual link that'll take you there, then
you can still Google it. It's so funny. You can Google the name and it'll show up as the Indiegogo will come up. But they've just shadow banned people by removing them from their search possibility.
What's the purpose of shadow banning anyone? I mean, it's not like he's a terrorist or anything.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know what they did, why they did it to Doc. It's just, I mean,
it's not like we're still not going to go out and tell people about their book just because you're making it hard for people to find it. Don't mean I'm going to make it hard for people to find it.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, Indiegogo doesn't see. That's why I call it. I've adjusted my moniker for it. I now call it Indie No No.
Indie No No.
Indie No No.
Indie No No.
Every time we're talking about it in meetings or whatever, we always call it Indie No No.
Yeah, well, now we're starting to call Kickstarter Kick Harder. Because they're just allowing people to put art on their campaigns that ain't even theirs. I mean, there's no policing of a campaign ahead of time whatsoever.
Yeah, they really need to.
Wrong. It takes forever to get their attention, so they'll fix it. You know,
they don't have enough people working at Kickstarter. Really, they need more people in the comic world of
comics.
Of
comic world of comics.
Knowing what's going on, being able to.
Brian said, if you don't share their campaign, bans our campaign, but if we try a different platform, then we're traitors.
Traitor!
Look, put your book everywhere you can. Sell as many as you can, whether it's in stores or on sites. I don't care. Look, there's some places I might not promote you because I don't like their platform. Has nothing to do with you as a creator, okay? But for the most part, I'm trying to help you guys sell books. I would encourage you to put your thing everywhere you can. Build your own website, whatever you got to do to get your stuff seen. Global comics, web comics, whatever works. Do it all.
On LCSs, yeah, everything.
Get a billboard.
You want to be the next Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Then put your book where people can find it.
That's right.
Everywhere. You know, it's pretty simple.
That's right.
And yeah, there are people that are loyal to certain platforms as far as where they spend their money. I get that too. There's some people that only go to Kickstarter. Some people that only go to Indiegogo as fans, as customers. I get that. But at the same time, those guys might be missing out on some good stuff.
Are there any new platforms like that aside from Indiegogo and Kickstarter?
There's Crowdfunder and Fund My Comic. That Luke Stone made Fund My Comic, and Crowdfunder's by the guy who did.
Yeah, we don't care
Zoop.
about Crowdfunder.
We have Zoop on there too.
What
Zoop kind of didn't.
Flat out banned Mike Barron on false pretenses, then lied about it. Dude lied straight to me about it. Okay, and then went out there and admitted that it was a geopolitical, neo-political reason. Okay, it was stupid. You don't ban somebody's book over a lie and then act like you're justified in having done so. I can't promote that. That's what I mean. There might be some platforms I won't promote, but that's because of how they act, not how you guys act as creators. If you want to put your book there, that's cool, but I won't promote it there because that guy flat out lied to me. Okay?
It makes no sense.
I can't promote you if I don't know your book's going to be up there.
Right.
Okay?
Having political agendas.
You need to promote your book down. Okay, that's your time wasted, my time wasted. We don't have time for that as creators and promoters. We need to know when your book goes up on a platform, it's going to stay there until the campaign's over. We need to promote incompetence. Okay.
I've only ever used the Kickstarter.
That's Kickstarter's pretty much what we use exclusively.
Well, they did the same thing to Mike Barron's book, though, on false pretenses, but you won't even get an answer from them for why.
Yeah. Well, Kickstarter's not going to answer anybody anything. They don't have to.
They're too big to respond to us little guys.
Yeah.
So, that makes it hard for me also to promote them. You'll see in all my posts, I might promote your book and tell people where your book is. You'll never see me tag KS or Indiegogo unless I'm telling them how it is. Okay? I don't promote those platforms because they're not honest with us as creators, with you guys as creators and us as promoters. It's hit and miss. Like I said, it's hard to promote someone if you don't know their campaign's going to still be up in 30 days.
Right.
Okay? I got other people I can promote then if that's
Or
the,
at least findable in 30 days. I mean, people go to Indiegogo and say, hey, let me search for 6-gun gorilla, and they do it, and they're like, it's not here. So I guess it doesn't exist.
Speaking of talking about promoting, Laurie Calcaterra is going to be hosting my live launch, and she's got a campaign that's up right now. Path of the Pale Rider. Well, she was at a con, I think, and she was going to try to live stream. So I told her, if she didn't make it, I'd make sure to mention Path of the Pale Rider is on Kickstarter right now.
We'll make sure she gets her time. You know me. We make sure she gets her time.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Is she going to make it here before part one is over?
Like I said, I think she's at a con. I think she was going to try to stream from there, but she was having trouble earlier with her streaming.
I just want her campaign to fund.
Right?
And
it's doing a great job. No, I think it's just shy.
Yeah, it's close, man. It's like 90-something%.
Do you have that link for it? Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
holy shit. It's like a minute away from it. That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's still got 25 days.
I know.
25
Doing
days.
amazing. She just got a new cover that she put up, I believe. That's that William Russell cover. And she's still waiting on another cover, which is David Sanchez's cover. But she's got 2 or 3 beautiful covers up there.
She does? Where? Wait,
Yours ain't up there, Rich? I thought you had one.
No, if mine was up there, it would be amazing.
Oh.
There she is. No, that's the new colorist.
That's the colorist, yes.
Mm-hmm. That's Marta. And the story, if y'all didn't know, death is broken. Nothing dies. Not insects, not plants, nothing. No, not animals, not people. You can get killed, but you don't die. It's McDonald's.
And there's that new one. Not Safe for Work cover by William Russell. Hadn't been covered. I think it just got sent off to get colored.
T-shirt designs.
Oh, look at that one right there. Big James.
Yeah,
that looks great.
It's got all the arrowheads sticking in it. It's still live.
Yeah. And that's by the interior artist right there.
Marco did that one.
Yeah.
Big James Burgers. Big James is the name of the bear, guys. Just saying. Yeah. He put him in a body bag and he wakes up. Yeah, he ain't going to sleep. Why are they shocking him, though? No, he ain't dead. That's it. They cover his head up, and then there he is. He's alive. Angelo Aquino did that cover right there.
So I think she's got 5 covers on this one. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's 5.
The David Sanchez is Image Coming Soon. And
the William Russell.
Those are my favorite covers.
I like that.
And previews of issue 1 and issue 2, which you can get on the catch-up tiers.
Good stuff. It's all good stuff. The interior art. Marco did an amazing job with this book. On cover right there. Bounties. Talk to Joe. There's puzzles. There's all kinds of stuff in Laurie's campaigns.
And she's got some hot sauce. She's got some pop figures.
Oh,
this campaign is loaded.
There she is. She
is.
Hi.
Hey.
We're at the Plano Comic Con. Look, I'm here with Walter Jimenez, who is
Yay.
the creator of the con. Hello. Everybody say hi.
How's it going?
Hello.
We have people that just ran out of the room because they didn't want to be on the live stream. But we're set up here in Plano at My Possibilities. We're going to be here for a little bit longer. We're selling comic books and cookies. So I have French macarons on the docket today again.
Rocky is saying hi to you, Laurie.
Hi, Rocky.
How did the cookies not get on the campaign? That's all I'm asking.
I don't think I'm allowed. I was like, I don't know if I could ship the cookies and have them open one piece.
Well, we was just going through your campaign because, it's your time.
Guys, I appreciate that. Yeah.
You definitely got to talk to RJ about the timing process about the cookies and shipping it out. I'm sure he'll have answers for you.
They're refrigerated cookies.
Oh.
No, cookies just need to be vacuum packed.
I don't know.
You just need a piece of dry ice. You'll be fine.
I'll let RJ figure that out then.
Failing dry ice, that's a problem.
They can't sit at his warehouse for 6 months before he ships them out, but
Right. Gross.
Within the week.
These 6-month-old cookies. Posters. Yes, there we go. They're supposed to resemble cookies. They don't actually taste good, so don't eat them.
So we was just getting to the stretch goals where we have all these amazing other creators that you guys are all cross-promoting with and stuff. But go ahead and tell everybody about your story, about your stuff while you're here.
You didn't pitch them yet? Paul, what are you doing?
I was tired of pitching my own.
All right. So Path of the Pale Rider is a world where death has been broken. So your body can die, but your soul or your consciousness, it doesn't leave your body upon death. So you get to hang out and enjoy your own decay phase, right?
Right.
Gross. So it's a fun concept. So the story starts 10 years into the apocalypse, and we're following a cowboy named Jude St. Clair, who's kind of like the last guy still looking for the answer to why the dead no longer die. So we have people, animals, insects. Nothing can die correctly anymore. Issue number 1, Jude is making decisions in the wild and makes some poor ones and has to live with the consequences. Wakes up this giant undead bear named Big James. Everybody loves Big James.
That was really cool.
Hi, Big James.
Hi, Big James.
Hi, Big James.
I'm Big James, bitch.
I'm Big James.
Not Rick James, Big James.
I'm the baddest bear mother effer of all time. Hold my drink, bitch.
They call him BJ, which is even worse.
Oh.
It's the best moments being alive, being eaten by a BJ. We'll just put it that way.
Do not be funny when I'm drinking. Please do not do that. Do not do that. I almost spat all over the damn computer. Don't ever do that again, please. Ugh.
Dylan, close your ears.
Yeah. Issue number 2, Jude goes to a town called Santa Claus.
Which really exists.
It's in Arizona. It's a place. It's a ghost town at this point, but it used to be a real town. And gets to meet inhabitants there who are alive, and it's pretty dangerous. So there's an image from issue number 2, one of the variant covers. That's a Christmas tree covered in zombie parts, and it's very telling. It says "Welcome to Santa Claus," but it's like covered in body parts, which is the most terrifying thing you could see. And they can talk to you too. So.
If death was broken, do you think that murder would be like less popular of a crime? Because
murder wouldn't be a crime.
You're not gonna kill them. You could.
This is true.
You could kill them, but they're still going to be around. So you're,
And they know
wasting
exactly,
your time.
so they could just tell the police he did it.
He fucking
Like,
killed me.
wasting your time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Would it do that, or Murder becomes like criminal mischief. I know it'd be like a misdemeanor, right? But so many things change in this world. Like we were just talking about the William Russell cover that I'm teasing, and it's a spicy cover. But what happens to schmecks in the apocalypse when people can't die? Things that were taboo are less taboo. It could be a interesting place. So this being colored.
You guys got to remember, in today's society, sleeping with the dead is illegal.
But it's only a misdemeanor. So
How did you know what level it was, Max?
Yeah, how did you know?
Because we've looked it up before.
Research, comic research. It was
close your ears.
This is so funny because as a writer, if you're a comic book writer, there's so many things in your search history and random knowledge that like probably puts us on some kind of a list. Max, you're 100% on that list.
Oh yeah, I'm on the watch list from the government. I'm probably on multiple.
I am
watch lists.
too. And one of my episodes, I was researching like flammable gases that smell sweet, and I was like, "This is probably on." Like, I'm probably in trouble.
Probably are.
So,
It's worth it.
yeah.
It's worth it for the pursuit of the story.
Yes.
So, Laurie, talk about the interactive portions of your project.
Yeah, that's some of the stuff I think is the coolest about your project is that
Thank
you
you.
always have.
Yeah, it's when I was writing the story, I spent a lot of time world building. And there's so many things in this world that happen that they don't always make it into the I have to tell the story from the cowboy's kind of point of view. So if he's not seeing it, I can't show you. So I didn't want to miss so many things that I decided we would create additional mediums to experience Path of the Pale Rider. So on the back of every single is a riddle that you can solve. And if you solve the riddle, it will take you down the rabbit hole. So it'll take you to maybe a digital space where you can interact with other readers, or like issue number 2, when you solve the riddle, it triggers something. It triggers you to receive something from a character. We're going to have phone numbers to call, websites to hack, like old time radio shows to listen to, secret YouTube videos. So that's kind of like a rabbit hole where you can fall into that way, and you'll get more behind the scenes of how the world works. But in addition to that, like I came from like movie production, right? I used to do fight choreography and stunts. So we actually produce short films, fan interactive short films. So you yourself can be in the world, and we can bring you into the actual short film. So we have 2 that are done. One is a commercial for the undead retirement community called Pine Fox, which was a lot of fun because we did a riot. We lit things on fire. We did a simulated shooting. And then the second one we did was I went around as a reporter, and I was interviewing people about their thoughts about what broke death. And people could say whatever they wanted to. Nobody has any clue what the answer really is right now because we're so early in the story. So we had some like really thoughtful answers, like government, viruses, and food related. McDonald's was everybody's kind of favorite answer. But then we had people saying crazy stuff like voodoo pygmies and black magic and like Anthony Fauci and stuff like that. And if you stick around to the end, you get to see me get run over by a car. That was fun. I'm still here, so I magic. But
all done in After Effects.
It's all right. Yeah. It was really fun.
No, death is really broken, kids. Go out there and kill yourselves.
Oh, that's But I mean, can you imagine my husband and I having a conversation at the dinner table like, "Hey, honey, tomorrow I need you to run me over with a car." And he just kind of chuckles and he's like, "This is just a Tuesday in our house, My welcome video last time, I got mauled by a bear, and he like pulled me out of shot and like pushed me off of a stool a few times, and he was like, "We need to do it again." And I was like, "How many times do you think you got to shove me off a stool?" I think we got it. Like, we're good.
No, we need a safety.
Camera's not on. What are you doing? But
We need a safety for the safety.
yeah, for safety. I'm like, well, let's turn the volume on, please. I mean, please capture what's going on. So I am editing the third one right now. I think I put the footage to a couple of reshoots, but it's a horror. It's a psychological horror film. I think it might be around 8 to 10 minutes long at the most. So I'm probably going to try and get it down, but Pops is in it. Doc is in it. You'll see some of the Madness shows on in the background. It's a lot of fun. So I had a lot of people participate in that one as well. Yeah, I got friends with campaigns on there. Carissa's there. Brandon, Avalon, Terminus, Sam Vera's There's an Alien in My Toilet. Like, I love to cross promote with indie creators that I know. I also want to make sure I get a chance to have Walter talk about what he's doing too, because he's here. I would like to give him a chance to say hello, everybody. And
because he's here.
Oh, he says he's the comic relief, but
he said what?
He said he's the comic relief.
He's comic relief.
We're gonna.
What's going on?
Hi.
Hey, man.
Thanks for having me. This is fun. I haven't done one of these in a very long time.
Surprise.
Yeah, right. So I work with special needs adults in the Dallas area, and so one of the biggest things difficulties that we have is getting parents connected to the outside world. And we have so many students who love comic books and things. And so, I thought about a few years ago having a convention where we kind of have special needs adults go into the comic book Comic-Con world, just so they can get their feet wet a little bit, just so and see like, hey, the comic book world is pretty open to and accepting of people, and just kind of getting people to go into that sort of world, but at the same time, having connections with where they're going to live afterwards when they're done with high school in terms of the special needs adults. So what are they going to do for their daily lives? Will they have jobs? Will they participate in Special Olympics and stuff? So we created this event where we kind of bridge those two worlds together, where they can come and meet creators, and they can meet voice actors, different celebrities, cosplayers, and things. But at the same time, get a lot of information on just different programs that are in the area. Some the state will help pay for. So families can kind of figure out what they're doing and just kind of get a better idea of what's out there, because a lot of this stuff that people don't really know what's there.
That's a fact. Laurie, what do we do about things that people don't know are there? What do we do?
We promote them.
Yes, we promote them. So I need you to give me them links, would you?
Absolutely. I'll make sure you have all the information.
Cool. Because that's what we do.
Of course.
Well, thank you.
And he loves comic books, so he's in.
I do.
He's in.
Look, there's Sam.
There's Sam.
And Carissa's book, and Brandon's book, and Jeff's book. Look, see?
I know.
Promoting is key as well, guys.
Plenty more room for me to squeeze in other people's campaigns at the bottom. Let's put them in. Cross promote. Okay. Walter has to go do,
Walter things.
Walter
stuff.
Thank you. Sorry.
Walter things. He's in charge. I'm surprised you lasted that long without having someone ask a question. Like my sticker pack?
No.
Thanks for your honesty. Buddha.
I like it. It's cool. I like the skull. The skull is badass.
Yeah, those are actually some of the illustrations from the Choose Your Own Adventure book, which is available as an add-on. So if you like to put on the hat and boots yourself and see how quickly you would die, let's say how long you would survive. Let's see how long you would survive in my world. Get the Choose Your Own Adventure book because it's awesome. You just passed it. There you go. Go back. But it's a 60-page black and white interior with illustration and then a color cover, and it's like a manga size.
Cool.
Yeah.
Choose Your Own Adventure. Is it text?
A lot of layers.
Yes. So if you scroll down a couple pages, like check the bounty, you can pick which bounty you want to do. Or like if you go to do the Jane Doe bounty, you scroll down and there's like, it'll give you a good path to walk.
That's really awesome.
Yeah. It's pretty dark. I'm not going to lie. What I do like about this book, though, is you get to meet characters that show up in the main story eventually. And so you'll have more of an insight on these characters than like Jude St. Clair will. So he's going to meet the Skinner at some point, and the Skinner is absolutely terrifying. And of course, Jude will be clueless in this interaction, but you as the reader will be like, oh, that's the Skinner. You should run, right?
So basically, Laurie has really put together a very interactive campaign. Okay.
Yeah, that's what's the main. I mean, the fact that the whole campaign is basically an ARG. Is just fucking sweet.
Yeah, it's cool. It's like, look, when she did the first video, you know, she's like, this is what we're doing. And I wanted to do something, but I didn't have the props and the people to help me get it done. So I gave her the idea, and I was like, this is what I want to do, but I can't.
So we did it.
And she got somebody else to do it. It was freaking awesome. You know, it was like, I got to see my idea portrayed by somebody else. I still got to do a little part myself. Mm-hmm. It's fan interactive. It's so much fun. And there's a new one coming, yo.
There's a new one coming. It's I kind of have teased a little bit of it up until the point where it takes a hard left because I don't want to spoil that part. I think you feel uncomfortable watching it. I'll tell you that much. It's that good horror where it's like, oh God, something's going to happen and I just know it, you know? And it does. It does happen.
It's definitely, she went all out. It's like every aspect of the book is fan interactive. You can get involved in so many different ways other than just backing a book.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like it's a lot of fun. I love what she's doing, and I'm gonna be behind it to the end.
Every time Laurie will set up this geocache in the middle of the Arizona desert and set up this whole big fucking
amusement park based around.
You know, at some point, I would love to give a bonus for someone who actually goes to Santa Claus, Arizona, and takes a picture in front of their sign. That's on my bucket list too, to like make it to Santa Claus, Arizona, and take a picture because it's actually not too far.
Well, if I ever go home, I'll do that for you.
Yeah, I was like, let's go on a road trip. When people are driving from Texas to, they were going to Las Vegas Comic-Con. I was like, oh, you're gonna pass Santa Claus, take a picture for me. They did not. However, I was like, oh, he's so cool. That's it.
Yeah, if I ever get out there, I'll do that for you.
Yes. I'll send you bonuses. I will incentivize it. If you go to Arizona and take a picture, I'll make it worth your while.
Get a free sticker.
No, it'll be much more than a free Santa Claus. We'll make it worth your while.
Don't sell your stickers short.
That's true. My stickers are beautiful, right?
They are. I like them a lot. But pretty much I like everything you've done since the beginning of this. So, you know.
I haven't been on. What does it say? How many backers I have?
I have 99, 57 backers.
Okay. Whoa, we're almost there. We got.
Yeah.
Hey, you got like just a little nibble. Just a little nibble left.
181 to go, something like that.
Yeah. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Yeah.
Don't make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
Yeah, you got this. You got this.
You got this.
We get to that.
I will make it worth your while if you take a picture at Santa Claus. I'm just saying. Free anything. It'll cost me some money. Well, guys.
It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Go back. This book.
Please come back. Help me get across that finish line. I mean, that would be really great if we could just get over that like last couple $100, and then we can start moving on to the fun stretch. Oh, they're playing that.
Just go back it. Just go back it. That's what I'm saying. Just go back it.
Especially that one with my face photoshopped over Danny Trejo's face from Machete.
Yeah.
So,
Hi, Tim.
Hey, Laurie.
It is time for our next guest.
I'm gonna go because everything's tearing down. But I love you all, and I'm so glad I got a chance to
I'm
hop
out
on
too.
for a minute. And I'll see you all on Monday. Probably I'll be around.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Peace. Now, some of you may have met our next guest before. Oh, what happened? Who else?
Paul left.
Paul. I didn't say you could leave, Paul. Our
Maybe
next
it's a-
guest is the creator of a book called The Steins. You may have heard of him before. Mr. James Lee. What's happening?
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
James?
Let me
How's
get
everything
this
going?
Terrible.
Terrible.
Terrible. No, we're having a good day, man. We've been good turnout. Everybody's happy with where we're at. We're going to talk about the Steins, man. You're going to tell us about it.
Well, okay. The Steins started off back in 2019 as a horror trilogy novel set. It was based on my love for classic horror monsters. You know, vampires, werewolves, Frankenstein, that stuff. And what I wanted to do was bring a modern take onto it, as everybody says, but not woke, but a modern, updated version. And that's where we came into this right now. What the campaign is this is the beginning of everything. This is the precursor to the novels, because the novels take place in modern times. The novels take place in our time. Well, you got to have a starting point. So that's where we went with this. This is the starting point. This is the story about Count Vladislav Vicious von Kampfen. Yes, I can actually say his name. So, and what it is if anybody knows anything about Europe back in the 1500s, around 1507, it was not a good place to be at, because you had the Ottoman Turks invading. This is the time of the real Count Dracula that was in Wallachia. This is a time when you had the Holy Roman Empire fighting against the Ottoman Turks. So it was a really bad time to be around. And this is a fictitious story of a fictitious principality called Moldavia. And the Count is the younger brother of the ruler, the spare, as you could say. That's why his title's Count, not Prince. His brother was the Prince. And the story starts 1507. The invasion of the Ottoman Turks is taking place. They go out to fight the Ottoman Turks. Even though they won the battle, it doesn't go well. The prince is killed, and as the Count is lying there dying, which is in the first couple pages of the book, he makes a deal, and he becomes a vampire, but for just one day. He just wants one day so he can save everybody. He's already been his life off. He's got to go save everybody. He's got to go save his brother's family. He's got to go save the country. He's got to go save his wife, his little girl. He's got to go save everybody. And he makes this deal. He takes total damnation to do this. And it doesn't go as planned. And it leads to 500 years of darkness for the country. And he doesn't. So that's where we're at in the story.
So he's to blame for 500 crappy years.
Well, it's not crappy years. It's just he was thinking that he was going to do it for one day and then die. And he ends up having to stay over 500 years. And he goes through a lot of stuff. To basically complete the promise he made to his brother. And it's one of those things. And the thing about this is in the novels, he's not even the main character in the novels. It's the heir to the throne that's the main character of the novels. And he is the one that's always there as that protector. That strength, that mysterious protector, that if something happens, he's going to deal with it. And then you also have that everybody in Europe knows about him. but they've kept it quiet all these years because of what he did. So it's a really intricate story. But like I said, in this book, you actually meet him. You'll meet his wife. You meet the royal family. You meet the person who will become the most, who I perceive as one of the most evil women that's ever existed. Protagonist, where she really wants to wipe out the family after what happens to her in the book, and she'll basically wage a war for 500 years to try to wipe out the family.
So I see you got some names up in here. You got Jimmy Reyes and Gabe Altieb.
Yep, we have Jimmy Reyes. We also have, and if you just go down a little bit further, but we did put the Jimmy Reyes cover back up, so everybody can buy the Jimmy Reyes cover now. It's available. But yeah, so it's on. We do have some stretch goals, and I can explain it. I also have a beautiful 12 by 18 poster of Mina done by Dan Lawless that's available for $10, which you can see right there.
Nice.
Her lovely red dress. And we also have, for stretch goals, we have Mr. Peter Gilmore. We have Shelby Robertson. We have Joe Sontag. Of course, we have Gabriel Taib as well doing stuff. So you can see them all listed there.
Yeah.
Looks great, man. This project looks terrific.
Yeah. And even if we hit, we were already set because I did it as a flex goal. So that means the books are going to get printed whether we hit our goal or not. The books will be printed. It's just the goal that we have set is to do it in color. If we don't make it, we'll do it in black and white, but we're still going to get the books out. So everybody's getting their books no matter what.
Okay. Hey, Pops, can I ask a quick question?
The floor is yours, my friend.
Oh, thank you. Hey, James, so I'm very interested. We were talking about this earlier. So in your range of variant covers, which one is your highest price cover, and why is it that one?
They're all the same price.
They're all the same, 25, 25, 25, 25.
Yeah,
so you just average it across the. Is there anything different in the print of each one?
No, it's just the design of the covers.
Okay.
The big deal, the big one we have is our big bundle, and I'll explain the bundles. There's 2 bundles.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's 3 bundles, but like this one right here, the difference between this bundle and the other bundle is this one you're getting the 3 covers and you're getting the 3 novels. The 3 novels are hardback.
So that's the deal right there.
That's the big deal. Yeah, that's the big deal.
Got it.
And then we have another one that's identical. The only difference is it's the paperbacks instead of the hardbacks.
Okay.
And then we can get all 3 covers.
Gotcha. Nice. And in the $25 book, is that what kind of print are we talking about? That's glossy paper. It's
going to be a high quality paper.
Okay.
And it's going to be 48 pages.
Okay, so it's a giant size book anyway.
Yeah, it's 48 pages. Yeah.
Okay. Cool, man. I like those covers a lot. And that's what we were talking about is when you, the question was, when do you have a $10 book, a 15, a 20, a 25? And what do you think the high point is on that? And we were talking about roughly a 32-page book, but still.
Yeah. No, I think if you're going to pay $25, you should at least get 48 pages.
Yeah.
And I have it. If I hit a certain bench goal, it'll go to 60 pages. If I hit another bench goal, it'll go to 100 pages.
Oh, even better.
So that was the drive, and because I did this as a flex goal, it doesn't shut off. It's going to continue to go, and it'll go straight into demand.
Gotcha.
So that's what we're working at. We're looking at a release shipment and stuff probably end of December, early January.
Do all the covers in let's just use that as the basement, the $25 book, do they all sell around the same, or are you seeing better spike sales in one that another?
Well, Jimmy's is the better, and I mean it's the nicest cover.
Better known. Yeah.
That's the one that's selling. That one is, and then of course cover A with the Count and Mina on it. Those 2 covers are probably the best sellers.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the original artwork for cover A is already gone. So.
Yeah.
Which is that one right there. That one's already gone.
It's really cool.
And then, of course, we had so many people ask about it. We put the Jimmy Reyes black and white version and the Mina by herself in the red dress posters up. And those posters are 12 by 18. They will come in a roll, so they're not going to be folded or anything like that. So they're going to be, and like I said, they're $10 each, $5 shipping.
It's not bad. Yeah, I'm a poster dealer, James. I do the posters. I'm going to probably be hovering around that. I'm going to go for around a 11 by 17 poster for $20, or I might do 15, but it's going to be a little, and it's an upgraded cover stock. It's a 100-pound cover. It's like a lobby card is what it is.
Yeah. It's basically cardboard.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, they're shipping to sometimes pretty far away, so it's.
Yeah. That's what I always do with all my prints is 100-pound paper.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate, I always say I don't like when you go to a con and you buy a print from somebody and it's on such flimsy paper you can't even make it back out of the con before it's damaged.
Yeah.
Usually if I have any prints, it's
yeah, I did a test run on the posters and they came out really good. So
The Stein's Rise of the Vampires. This project looks terrific. Hey, and James, so you mentioned some historical background in this project. What were some of the influences that obviously it's got some history in it, right?
Yeah, it does. And the thing
How
about
did
it,
you?
when I
Yeah,
started,
tell us a little bit about that.
When I started putting the novels together, so in 2018, my mother passed away. And
sorry to hear
I got
that.
in a real bad depression because of her passing away. So my doctor suggested just start writing stuff. And I have a background in history. I know European history. And the reason I know European history is my family is one of the most documented families in history. It goes 48 generations back. And I'll explain. My family is the family of Robert E. Lee, Richard Henry Lee, Francis Lightfoot Lee, that Lee family of Virginia. That's what part of the family I'm part of.
Gotcha.
But we also have in our family Zachary Taylor. We also have the actor that just recently passed away, Christopher Lee. So, what my family goes way back. It goes, like I said, 48 generations. So when you do history on your family, you start learning history of Europe. You start learning things. And so when I started putting this together, and I'll tell you exactly what I did when I put this together. I came home, I sat down, I was watching television, and I saw the Munsters, the Addams Family, and just forget the third one. I'll think of the third one.
Lost in Space?
No, it was Andy Griffith. That's what it was.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
I was trying to put my shows around that time frame. Yeah.
But the thing was, I was looking at the Munsters.
I was doing the same.
Could I take the Munsters and could it become a serious horror story? Make it really serious, make it scary. And so I started playing with it, and I found out just what a train wreck that was. It's a really bad train wreck. I mean, there's so many holes and so many disasters. You can't even. It falls apart within like 2 chapters. I mean, it just totally crumbles because there's too many things that's just wrong with it. As a comedy, it's fantastic. Horror story, not so much. So I put it away, and then I started thinking, what if I took not the Munsters, but the premise of the vampire, his daughter, the monster, and stuff like that, and start from scratch and keep it in Europe? Would it work then? And then over 11 drafts and about a year and a quarter, I came up with this. And this whole story was completely different than the Munsters. Completely things. Because basically on the novels, you have a 17-year-old girl who's raven-haired, blue-eyed. She's from the South. She's her mother's mysterious. Her mother's from Egypt, but her mother and father are murdered, and she has to go live with her relatives because of her age. Because she's a minor, she has to go live with her relatives in Europe. So when she gets there, you have the vampire, the werewolf, all this stuff up on the mountain that she's having to survive with. Plus, there's so much added stuff I had to do. I had to add 82 different characters to get this to work and build. And then you have the assassins that killed her mother and father want to kill her. And then as you go on, you find out it's this other vampire that wants to annihilate the entire family. And that's what I ended up building off of all this. And when I had a really good, it was basically the 11th draft. So 11 drafts. Take note, 11 drafts. Don't ever think your first draft is going to be the one to do your book, because mine went 11 drafts. I sent out feelers, and
It's a lot of drafts, admittedly. It is quite a few, yeah.
And so I sent out feelers, and I had a friend that was an author. I'm not going to say her name. And they started reading it, and I got 12 different offers from 12 different publishers for the book. And I had to go so I went down and sat with my attorney on which one to go with. And I'm going to tell you, there's some publishers that are crooks. I mean, they are terrible.
Yeah, you think?
Just unbelievably terrible. So after we went through all that mess, I signed a deal that paid me extremely good royalties. And then when the first book came out and it sold out on Amazon in 3 weeks for the first time.
Wow.
And right now, my sales are over 45,000 copies combined for everything. That's audiobook, everything for the novels. And with my background starting back in '94 with Kelsey Shannon in comics, I decided let's do a graphic novel. You know, what I saw with crowdfunding, because this was not back in the 90s. If this had been back in the 90s, the independent market would have been a completely different field.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, why not? Let's do it. And that's where this has come from. But you know, with what I came up with in the story and everything like that, it's so intense and it's so broad that the original story of the girl, it would have taken me 1,000 comics to do that story as a complete story.
1,000?
And like I said, this one ties up some stuff. This one tells how everything started, how he became the vampire and everything. So it leads into the novels.
I agree with Michael. Like a good vampire comic, no doubt. So 48 pages, $25. We talked about that earlier. You know, you get over you under 24 pages. You got to keep it in the 10 and less area. But
Yeah.
that it costs. You know.
Yeah, I agree. That's why when I started plotting out the pages for the comic, I was like, okay, we got a minimum of 48 pages, minimum. And then, you know, there's enough to go 100 pages. So, you know, it's when you go through and edit where you need to take stuff out, because you have it set for 100 pages to go to 48 pages, you keep the other stuff on the side. So while you're getting your benchmarks, you can put stuff back in.
Right.
You know, like you have a battle that's, you know, in the 48 pages is 2 pages. In the 100 pages, it's 6 pages. You know, that's how you would edit stuff out. But you always keep the main.
So you create the book at 100 pages, and then.
Yeah. Now the talking cat. Yes. Let me explain about the talking cat. The talking cat is a character that runs all the way through the novels. She's always around. And I'll explain where the cat came from too. The cat is an avatar of death. Okay, the cat is a spirit creature, you could say. I got the idea for that character from both Egyptian mythology, and since my grandmother was Comanche Indian, they have spirit animals, and the cat is always the leader that leads to death. So it's one of those things. So I put both together and came up with this cat. The cat is based on a cat I had at work she had given birth to 3 kittens, and like 2 days later she was hit by a car. So I wanted to do something for her. So that's why I did the cat. And the cat plays a very intricate part in the novels and everything like that. She shows up and then she disappears and then she shows up. So it's one of those things. But like I said, everything I do in the story is for a purpose. The people that get killed in the stories is for a purpose. You know, It's not just, oh, I need to kill somebody. No, there's a reason why stuff is done. There's a reason why I do things to characters, what characters are. It's just you got to sit there. No, it has no name. Cat is a mystery.
It has no name, yet it talks. Doesn't it ever introduce itself?
No, never does.
Hello, I am Cat.
I'm a talking cat. Yep. What's up?
If I ran into a talking cat, I'd just be like, I just got $1 million.
Yeah. All right, I want to play this video real quick, so y'all bear with me while I get it set up.
Mm-hmm.
Animation was sweet.
Yeah, it was done by Pedro Ang. So, yeah, Pedro Ang does fantastic work.
Pedro is everywhere. We love Pedro. He's actually launching Tropical Magics again, a second chance over on Fund My Comic here. So, if you guys like Pedro's animation, his comic is great. Tropical Magics, go check it out.
But also on the second cover of the second novel, the actual cover for the second novel is done by Jose Garcia as well.
Lumina Vox?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He did the cover for the second novel.
Yeah, I have to try and keep man, I've been doing this for 3 years now. It's hard keeping everybody's name attached to the book.
Yeah. So,
you know what I mean? It's like the more people we meet, the harder it gets. I'm running out of brain space, man. Especially when they start crossing over and doing stuff for each other. And it's like, oh my God. Oh yeah, that guy does that. That guy does that.
But yeah, and when I was working on this book, creating it, there was a lot of questions I had to answer because the number one thing I had on the board was my vampire cannot be Dracula, so I had to come up with a new way to make him into a vampire.
Right.
And you know, when you have vampires, you got to come up with, especially if you're starting from scratch, you got to come up with, okay, who's the one behind the vampires? Who's the one that was the first one? Who's, you know, this whole thing. And the same thing with the werewolves and everything like that. Everything's got to come straight from scratch. So everything in this is new. It does play off of Greek and Egyptian mythology a little bit. It's involved in this. But it's not your classic Dracula vampire. It's not your classic, oh, I hate the world. Oh, I hate this. No. You have a self-sacrificing man who basically sacrifices everything to save. Now I'm going to explain this. He did this not for his family. He did this for his brother's family. His brother was the ruler.
Right.
His brother died. He could have easily become the vampire, gone in and killed his brother's family and took over as ruler. But instead, he took this to save everybody, to save his brother's family, the kingdom, and everything. So the question is, we have a guy who was a knight, who was the knight of the kingdom, self-sacrifices himself to try to save his brother's kingdom, his brother's family, everyone, even if it cost him his life, total damnation, total everything. And he did it without even thinking about it. And the question is, do we have men like that today?
Yeah.
You know, we don't have it in modern comic books. We have it in independent comic books. We don't have it in modern comic books. And that's why I ran with this. That's why I brought him out. I was like, I need to do this story.
Well, I think you did a good job. And I'm just going to say that 38 backers agree with me. So y'all go check it out, man. The Steins.
And like I said, because it's a flexible gold, that means the books will go to print, and the people that have backed it will get their books.
And I got to admit, I'm kind of partial to that Jimmy Reyes one right there, man.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's listed down there. So yeah,
looks good. 48 pages.
Yep, 48 pages.
Y'all go check this one out. Link is right there in all the different places that we're broadcasting.
Yep.
So
We also have a sister campaign over on Fund My Comic. So we just launched that one. So
okay,
we're trying that website out as well. And we'll see how that goes too.
Yeah, I want feedback on everybody's experience with Fund My Comic as well, because like you say, I'm searching for that one platform that I can actually promote.
The thing I liked about Fund My Comics is, instead of having like on the Steins Universe bundle where they kind of chop it, over there you can see all the pictures in full, where you can actually look at all the pictures.
Right.
All the screenshots are bigger, so you can actually look at all the covers bigger, all the pages are bigger, everything's bigger.
Yeah, that helps if you're trying to look at this stuff on your phone, for sure.
Yeah.
I like it personally because there's an actual human approval process. And that once it's been approved, it's not going to get taken down or shadow banned or any of that unless you do something criminal.
Right.
Okay? Unless you do something criminal, your campaign is safe on that site from the beginning to the end. And that, to me, makes a big difference. And I want to see some people give some books that they got from there and showed off. Look, they got this through Fund My Comic. And when that starts happening, that's when we can tell people, look, they're fulfilling over there. It's happening over there. The action's tight. You got an actual human representative to talk to when you're doing your campaign.
Right.
And, what can be better than actually no automated crap, yo. If you're having a problem with your campaign, you don't got to argue with the goddamn computer. You get to hit up a human and say, yo, here's my problem.
Right. Yep.
See? Or here's
Human's
my
good.
question, or whatever. You actually have a representative for your campaign, and that makes a huge difference.
It does make a difference.
I have high hopes for that one. I want one that I can actually get behind and say, this is the one I recommend. Because I can't recommend any of the other ones right now. They've all given me reason not to.
Yeah.
I realize you guys got to use something, but none of them have given me a reason to actually endorse them.
Well, there was something, I was on another channel listening, and there was something that I had heard about doing, and I liked that idea even better. And it's getting away from crowdfunding. It's basically like the first book, like this one, make enough money that you can produce this book and a second book.
And build your own website.
Build your own website and do a automatic sale. That means the minute you go onto that website and you hit buy, the next day that book's going to be sent to you.
Yeah.
And that way, you cut down, you get better fulfillment and stuff. And you don't have to pay the 8% or 10% to the website.
Yeah. That was another thing I liked about Luke's. It's much less expensive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
I think 2% or something. So
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. And another person who's using Find My Comic right now is our next guest. Imagine that.
All right. Thank you for having me. I do appreciate it.
Oh, dude, this is why we do this. Man. We want people to know what you got going on. That's
right. Like I said, back it today. Like I said, we have not only are you getting the graphic novel, but you can get the hardback versions of the novels and paperback versions of the novels. They're all there. Everything about the Steins is there.
There you go.
All right. Take care, guys.
Everybody.
Peace.
And say hi to
Hello.
Ghatti. What's up, my friend?
Hello, what's going on?
Hello,
Good to be here.
It's your turn on the hot seat. Yep.
Here we go. I'm a little bit prepared. I'm never fully prepared, but I am a little bit prepared. More than usual. So
Well, you one of them showrunners, so you could share your own screen. I don't have to do
yes.
it. You have to do your stuff.
That's fine. I can do that. Well, I guess we'll just go start right away with the Fund My Comic campaign, right? That's what we're kind of here to look at and stuff. April 17th is when Earth's Best Friends Book 4 is going to launch on Fund My Comic, and you can get to it by going to www.earthsbestkickstarter.com. You could tell I was originally going to go with Kickstarter when I got that domain name, of course. And then Luke launched his platform, and I'm like, really? Well, all right, I'm keeping the domain name. I don't care. I'm not paying another $10.
Oh, that's hilarious. So they go to Earth's Best Friends Kickstarter.com and they end up at Fund My Comic. That's some redirection right there.
End up in Fund My Comic. I know, it's confusing. It just seems to be the way I do things. Confusing.
Yeah, you want to make sure everybody's aware of that, because everybody who sees Kickstarter there, this didn't go to Kickstarter, and they leave thinking it's scam.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, I've been making sure I'm clear about that. So this is going to take you to my Fund My Comic website, but it's called earthsbestkickstarter.com. Which is, nothing can be simple in my life. All right.
Well, Earth's Best Kickstarter is Fund My Comic.
So I'll even show that. I'll even show that right now, even though I'm already at the website. So I'll just we got lots of goodies to show. Yeah, I already got it in my. Look at that, and then and then boom, takes you right to Fund My Comic. So this is our little campaign here, which I just realized I forgot to put in the comic books for kids tier, so I'm gonna have to add those. But those will be there when it launches for sure, because we gotta support comic books for kids.
Yep.
So book 4 has 6 news stories, and strangely enough, it's not focusing on hyper-feline ninja heroes, which is a first for the last 3 books I did pretty much primarily focused on hyper-feline ninja heroes. So in case for those that don't know what Earth's Best Friends is, it's a superhero anthology about various superheroes that eventually get together to save the world from evil. So because it's in an anthology, I can kind of do as I please storytelling wise, which is really fun. So every book that comes out is an exclusive crowdfunding book, because now I'm in the game of making floppies. Before I was doing graphic novels, but the cost of print is so high now that it's just not acceptable to do that anymore. It was costing me like almost $40 just to print one 125-page book. And so to buy just 10 of those is ridiculous when $40 will buy me at least 3 or 4 floppies, so sure. Because of that, maybe even 5 if they're roughly $8 a piece. Yeah, that's like 5. So that's why I've decided to split up Earth's Best Friends into so it's still Earth's Best Friends is like the broad title, right? But now we have Hyper Feline Ninja Heroes, we have Animal Teens, we have Tween Titans, and then we also have other little stories that don't necessarily have their own like story title, like mainline title, but just like little short stories as well. For instance, the font on this is really small. I just realized. How does that look on that end? It probably looks pretty small, so I'll highlight that. A Day in the Life, right? That's just a little short story. It stars the popular cheerleader named Selena Angui, and she transforms into a snake and robs banks. But it's just this little 4-page story about her talking about, she's kind of narrating it, and she's kind of just talking about how weird her life is. It's just kind of just a little like glimpse, and that's why it's called The Day in the Life, because it's like just a little glimpse into her world, right? And we also have Lexter Forever, which is another short little story that just kind of explains the events of Hyper Feline Ninja Heroes. It was called Chapter 9 when it was graphic novel. Earth's Best Friends Volume 1. So it just kind of explains Lexter's perspective as to why he decided to jump out of a wall and crash an elementary school Halloween party. You know what? I'm going to bring that up right now. Yeah. So this scene right here, right? So this is Lexter, and this is him busting through the wall in an elementary school Halloween party. And
Kool-Aid Man style.
Yes. Well, I mean, I even make that reference right there. Oh yeah, Hyper Feline Ninja Heroes, you're dead.
Jesus Christ.
So Lex Forever explains how he got here. That's what that does.
What do we do, Jackson? Nothing yet. Oh, I want to go back to that page. I got to read that narrative. That looks so cool.
And then we have the reward tiers. Well, we have the About This campaign, right? It kind of shows off what's to expect this time. So we have Animal Teens, which is like a mainline storyline, you could say, because it has multiple episodes. You know, a lot of these short stories will only have like one part. Family Problems is a special case. It's not big enough to be its own thing, but it does have a few different parts. Which is going to be all 4 parts is going to be included. I only have 2 completed as of Earth's Best Friends Volume 1, but now here we are. I'm going to have all 4 completed, so I'm going to include that in this book, in book 4. So as Earth's Best Friends continues this time around, I'm raising money once again to fund the cost of printing books, my artists, of course, and shipping to books as well. I'm so passionate about this project. I can't wait to share the stories I have in store for you this time around. So here we have TJ transforming into an ape for the first time. He's being bullied by these jocks, and he transforms and punches this guy in the mouth. And oh my God, my mouth! Like, you know, I mean, getting punched by an ape is not gonna be very good at all. Not gonna be nice. Not gonna be a nice feeling to get punched in the mouth by an ape.
Ever seen those things with that in your hair? You see how cut up they are?
Oh yeah, right.
Crazy big. Those are big
They are. It is. And he is probably the largest animal that the Animal Teens transform into. And I picked all herbivores or just non-predatory. I mean, I guess you could say an ape could be predatory, but compared to like a lion or something is really not. I picked herbivores or just non-predatory animals for a reason, because when we look at some of the villains that they have to come in contact with that also are animals, you see just how crazy these genetic experiments from the New World Order has been in this world. So there's a little blurb about Going Ape here. Animal Teens so far has introduced Harlan, Jamie, Sheila, Scott, and TJ. the first 4 of all special powers where they can transform into animals. TJ, however, gains this ability in going ape after he's bullied by some jocks. So that's pretty much what's depicted here. And then a day in the life. As I mentioned earlier, this is Selena Angui. I almost said Gomez. I don't know why.
Because Selena Gomez is smoking hot.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I just have her on the brain. So as you can see, this is just, even though she's technically a villain, right? I kind of just humanize her a little bit. Well, she's not really a villain in the same sense that like Dr. Quacko is. You'll actually find out that she's just a little confused as to what's going on in her life, and so this page doesn't depict it, but there's a part where she's talking about her life, and she's a giant snake robbing banks. So pretty good. And then we have the little blurb there. Selena Angui is the most popular girl at school at S. Ditko High School. Yes, that's right. I'm paying tribute to the Marvel greats. We have S. Ditko High School, S. Lee Elementary, and J. Kirby Middle.
Cool. Awesome.
Yep. I would tribute to the guys DC, but I don't really know much about DC. I wouldn't be able to tell you who the creator of Batman was or anything like that. I'm really more of a Marvel guy.
Yeah, Bob Kane, Bill Finger.
Heathen.
Yeah. So my comic knowledge is not that high, but I know these guys. I love these guys because of Spider-Man, of course, right? But there is something more to her than meets the eye. And then of course
that's exactly what I was gonna say. I wasn't gonna say
yeah. Well, I mean, she does transform, right? So it is kind of applicable, right? It is applicable. She is more than meets the eye transformer, right?
Oh my
god. Yes, I have a lot of references. Yep.
Hold up. I have to do this. There's one school that's missing, and it's probably what's the word I'm looking for? Politically incorrect. But hey, man, you gotta have a Jim J. Shooter school.
Right.
J. Scooter Elementary.
Well, this takes place in an alternate New York called Neon City. So technically there would be more schools. I just focus on these ones, right? Because New York City is a huge place with many, many, many schools. So if I were to expand and maybe create characters from other schools, I would definitely name one in that kind of way for sure.
Shooter High School. Oh man, that'd be bad.
Yeah.
Shooter. Oh god. Oh god, that's really morbid. Jesus Christ.
I'm not afraid to go dark.
There's nothing wrong with dark. I do some dark themes. Obviously, nothing too crazy, but I do explore some dark themes. Even though I say this is all ages, there are some dark themes that I do explore a little bit, especially with the family problems. I'll get to that in a minute. So this is Tween Titans. We have Phoenix and Zoe who transform into Sparkle Girl and Ashley. The idea behind that, right, is Phoenix has such an awesome name as just normal human being or just normal person. So I thought it would be really funny if her superhero name was something generic, and so that's what brought me. That's how I came to Ashley. So it's Sparkle Girl and Ashley, and her hair changes color. Let me actually pop up those character designs for when they're superheroes. So that'd be cool to show off as well. Like I said, I was slightly
really powerful.
Like I said, I was slightly prepared. Let's see, Tween Titans. Yeah, so there we go. So that's Phoenix.
Ninja Heroes. That sounds good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let me show you. Yeah, so this is Phoenix / Ashley. That is Ring Boy, who we will see in the comic as well. He's the antagonist. He's not necessarily a villain, not yet, or not really. He'll probably end up joining the Tween Titans eventually. That was the original drawing my daughter drew for him for my artist to create that. Well, I don't think I ever showed him it, but my daughter did actually come up with the idea of Ring Boy, and then I utilized it the best way I could. And then here's Zoe / Sparkle Girl. Now, a funny story about this design and the design of Ashley / Phoenix. Somehow, without me even trying or without my artist trying, this character looks a little bit like my sister, and this character looks a little bit like my wife. It did not be planned. It was not planned that way, but somehow, when I revealed these characters, that was the first thing my sister said. She was like, "Did you make characters based off me and your wife?" And I'm like, "What? No." And then I really look at them and I'm like, "Oh, I guess I could see some kind of resemblance." I'd have to bring up pictures of them too, which I don't have. Like I said, I'm not that prepared. But so this is Zoe / Sparkle Girl. She's pretty much inspired by Jubilee. We got the rain boots, and of course the sparkles coming out of the fingertips. Whereas Phoenix is a little bit more of an original-ish idea. I mean, what is an original idea, right? Where she has a magic pen. That's pretty much her power. And then Ring Boy, who's in Tween Titans #1 as well. He has this magic ring that pretty much creates bubbles. And it's actually from the same technology as her magic pen. And I asked the artist, if you can kind of tell, I asked the artist to draw him with a style that kind of resembles what Prince would wear. And I think he did a good job at doing that. As you can see. Yes. It's so that's Ring Boy, or Giovanni is his name. He's actually based off a kid in my daughter's class, because that was the whole point of her wanting to create a character. Was I want one based off Giovanni. I'm like, all right. Okay. And she kind of drew that, and she kind of came up with his powers, the bubble ring, and she wanted him to be a villain for the hyperhuman.
What do you do with bubbles?
Bubbles? Well, I mean, it's bubbles it's bubbles, but it's not in the sense that it's just made out of water and they pop. It's more like a substance that's that. Well, all right. Well, let me actually demonstrate it through the comic itself, because that would be easier to explain. Let's see, where am I here?
I mean, it's not like Lawrence Welk, tiny bubbles. It's like
no. So this is a good example, right? I think it's this scene. Yeah. So he shoots the bubbles at them, and they're like, "What the heck?" Right? And so they throw their powers at him, and the bubbles block the powers, right? So she's throwing her electricity sparkles at him, and she's throwing handcuffs at him that she drew with the pen, and he just creates the bubbles and just blocks those attacks outright. So they're not bubbles in the sense that they're just like made out of soap or something. It's more like a
defensive spell is an offensive spell as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So he could shoot them at them like he did here, and they just ended up dodging. And he could also block with them, as well as a few other things.
Okay. That'd be cool if like that. He got stuck in the bubble, and then you could crush him.
Well, that's an idea. Like I was gonna say, I haven't had him do it yet, but yes, he could like put someone in a bubble, and that would pretty much, they wouldn't be able to escape until he pretty much releases them. Right? He has control over the bubbles.
Put him in there and put him to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say there's no oxygen in there because it's a kid's show, but well, let's say it's enough to put you to sleep for sure, or not enough.
Put you in the bubble and just let it slowly contort until it just sucks all the oxygen out of there and it crushes your bones.
Yeah. Well, all right. If that were
there you go, children.
Sure.
There you go, children. This is for you.
Exactly. So that's from Tween Titans. I'm working on the cover art. I'm working on getting an artist to do it. Actually, my boy Gabriel who did those character designs, is doing my cover art, but it's taken him a little while. Unfortunately, he's over in Nigeria, and they've got some real bad fuel issues going on. Essentially, it's a pretty corrupt country, and they're basically not distributing fuel effectively across all peoples. So he's having a hard time getting fuel, keeping his generator running, things like that. So it makes it hard for him to do this in a timely manner. So anyway, let's talk about the tiers here, because I have a whole mess of them, and it's like, wow, that's a lot. I didn't think of it at the time, but I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a lot. But all right, so we have the two basic tiers here. Buy me a cup of Joe, $2, just basically support. I got that idea from Luke Stone. I was like, I like that idea. I'm going to use that. $5 the digitals. You get a digital PDF version of book 4. And of course, you also get your name on the thank you page. Pretty much every tier gets your name on the thank you page. If you're pledging through a tier, you'll get your name on the thank you page. Then we go up to $10, which will get you a copy of the book plus a digital as well. Because I'm pretty much going to throw in the digital for free with any other tier, just because it's so easy to distribute. So you receive a physical copy, book 4 plus the digital as well, and then you also see the name on the thank you page. Basically, each tier kind of builds off the last one for the most part. So we have advertised inside book 4 and on floppies. So I had to make that clear because I am doing floppies now. So the books that you get, book 4 or volume 1 or volume 1.5, all those are exclusive to crowdfunding. The volume 1 that actually Pops has a copy of is retired, so I'm actually bringing that out of retirement to do this campaign, and so the advertising would be on the book 4 and the floppies as they come out on Lulu as well. So it's advertising not just on the Kickstarter I always use Kickstarter in place of crowdfunding, right? Because that's what I usually use, right? On the Fund My Comic, it's also for future floppies. So you'd see your advertisement on every book that comes out in the future as well, not just on the graphic novel for book 4. And so then we have the catch-up tier. The first catch-up tier, because there's a few of them. So if you're a first-time reading Earth's Best Friends, this is a perk for you. Get caught up with all 10 chapters that have been previously released in individual floppies or Earth's Best Friends Volume 1. And normally it's about an $80 value. I would say if it's about 10 chapters times about $8 per floppy, it would be about $80, give or take, plus you get a digital PDF version of book 4 as well as get your name on the thank you page. So floppies and previous books of Earth's Best Friends get to ship pretty much as soon as we receive the campaign money, whereas book 4 would take a little while longer, but actually maybe not, because I'm almost done with book 4 as we speak. So by the time I launch, I may actually be completed with everything that I've done for it. Just waiting on a few more pages, actually. So we bump up to $25. You can advertise on Prime Real Estate in book 4. So this would be the back cover, I believe. Did I create an ad on the back cover of book 4? And this will also be on future EBF floppies, which I might have to. Oh yeah, I could do that. I was just about to say I might have to change that, but I'm like, no, I could do that. I could do that. Yeah, so this would be on future EBF floppies as well, Earth's Best Friends floppies. I just ask if you have a mature comic. There's just no graphic violence or nudity on the ad, just because it is an all ages book, so it's kind of like when there's like a PG-13 movie being advertised in a kids movie. It's like this preview has been approved for all audiences. So that's kind of what you have to do. And we have a catch-up from Deluxe, which if you prefer a graphic novel instead of floppies, this is the tier for you. So this would get you that retired Earth's Best Friends Volume 1. that will get you caught up on everything up to this point. That will get you ready for book 4. And of course, you get digital version of book 4, as well as and then it says, floppies and previous books, Earth's Best Friends, will be shipped as soon as the campaign money. Super Best Friend, if you want to combine the previous 10 issues with the current book 4, this exclusive to Kickstarter. So this book would not be printed anywhere but Kickstarter. Exclusive to Kickstarter. I have to change that part. Exclusive to Fund My Comic. Excuse me. You can tell I copy and pasted all the Kickstarter words right to Fund My Comic and didn't proofread. So, yep. Exclusive to crowdfunding, we'll say, right? We can combine book 4 with volume 1. So you'll get the retired volume 1 and then extended into it is book 4. I'm calling that Earth's Best Friends volume 1.2. Taking a page out of the Kingdom Hearts naming scale, where they have Kingdom Hearts 0.9, they have Kingdom Hearts 1.5, 2.5. If anyone's familiar with Kingdom Hearts, shout out to the Kingdom Hearts fans out there. And then we go on to the Ultra Best Friend Kit and Caboodle, right? The $80 tier. So you get some sweet books. This tier will give it all to you. You get the advertisement in book 4. You get EBF volume 1.2 plus all 10 floppies plus a digital PDF version of the book 4, and you also see your name in the thank you page. So this is like you want it all. We give it all to you. The exclusive printings of volume 1.2, and it gets you an advertisement in the books as well. And then $100. This is the tier that I've always had in my campaigns, where you can get have your own character designed and created for Earth's Best Friends. That's actually where the Tween Titans came from. They came from that tier. And so it'll get you that. And you also get, a digital version and a physical version of book 4 as well. And then the 200 is the Ultimate Best Friend Kit and Caboodle, which is pretty much everything. you get the advertisement in book 4, which will be in the floppies. You get the volume 1.2. You get the 10 floppies. You become a member. You get a character in Earth's Best Friends, whether it's cameo or otherwise. I'll put the character in the world based on your likeness or design. You get the PDF version. I mean, this is basically, I want it all. I'm gonna get it all for $200.
Cool.
Yeah, I thought I would step it up a little bit. I've noticed people like to go higher than $100, so I'm like, yeah, I'll give it a try. I think I've had enough success where I think folks know me a little bit now. Folks who have backed my campaigns have always gotten their books on time, so I'm hoping that that will definitely stand up for me. This one is, anything with an advertisement is limited because there's only so many pages I can put an advertisement on before it kind of jacks up the price of print. So for the Ultimate Kit and Caboodle, I am pretty much just limiting that to 5, and as well as and I have on the back, on the prime real estate, which is the back cover, that's a one-time deal. That's a one-person deal for $25. And then I think then on this is 5. So I'm not going to take too many advertisements because that would be kind of crazy to fill up your book with advertisements for crowdfunding. And then it kind of ruins the story because it's constantly interrupted by ads. But I am willing to do it a bit, kind of similar to how they do things at Alterna Comics when he does crowdfunding. It's kind of actually where I got the idea for advertising on.
It's not a bad idea at all. I actually bought an ad for the network in Alterna Comics.
Yeah, it works out pretty well, right? It
doesn't have to be for a comic. It can be for whatever you got going on. I mean, we made a flyer for the network.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't have to be a comic exclusive kind of thing. Whatever's going on, you can advertise whatever's going on, just as long as it's appropriate for all ages. I don't think I could advertise a porn shop or something like that, but
Although we do have Rich for a co-host, so
does Rich own a porn shop?
no.
Wishes.
Rich is colorful. He's colorful. Okay,
Rich
so
is observing everything.
we got a few minutes left. Timothy, you have any questions for Michael about this one?
Yeah. Wow. I'll do that. Okay.
He's sleeping. Okay. I'm
All right. Well, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen here. There we go.
I know Max has been waiting. He's had a screen sitting here in the background for hours. Pops, you gonna show my shit?
It's just the website for Atrocity Press. You always keep talking about everyone should have a website. So
there you go. See
There
that?
you go.
There you go. And
Atrocity
you should. Look, I can promote. I can send people, redirect them, whatever you want to call it. I can send them to your website just as easily as I can send them to your Kickstarter. All you gotta do is send me the link.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Look at that.
And that's why I have that domain name, to make it easier to get to a Kickstarter link or Fund My Comic than Fund My Comic / Earth's Best Friends /3. It's just easier to have a domain name for sure.
and to shrink the size of those images.
The
comics. Or at least cache them or something. Yeah, it's just taking forever to load. It's probably because they're probably
I haven't
huge.
seen that since dial-up. What the hell?
We've got all sorts of stuff for our store is all set up. We got all of our books. We got individual. We got our submissions policy. So if someone wants to submit to the company, they can. It tells them exactly what to do. And I'll tell you what, right now, everybody that sends me a Facebook message or just whatever and just says, "How do I get into your company?" I'm always going to send you this link.
Gotcha.
This link is where it's always going to be because it tells you exactly what to do. And if you can't follow directions, I'm not going to hire you.
I'm following you right now.
Definitely gives you the whole story, too.
We've got like Mary Machine Gun. We've got all the stuff for it. If you go to that, it cuts down into the Mary Machine Gun stuff. And then like Human Hunters, this is the one we got coming up here in April.
Human Hunters. Back at today. Human Hunters. Human Hunters.
Rich.
You should love Human Hunters. Human Hunters is sweet.
I do love Human Hunters. That's why I said it.
Human Hunters is badass.
It is badass, and there's hot chicks in there that hunt humans. Yes,
that's
true.
Woo! So
yes, queen.
All you need to do a website by yourself is a domain and hosting and WordPress. That's it. Because the WooCommerce that plugs into WordPress is free, and that's your shopping system. And then you just make the rest of your site with some information about your site, your stuff, what you're doing. Make sure that people can, like, all our social media links are up here. So if you click the Facebook link, okay. Obviously, that needs fixed. Social media stuff doesn't work. It tells you where to go.
Them damn bugs.
Yeah, that's broken. How about now?
Good.
Oh, here we go. That one works.
There you go. Hi, Tina. Oh.
That's a cover by John Stinsman. It's ready for the Ninja Bimbos versus Zombies from Deep Space #3.
I love that cover.
Carol,
That's an awesome cover.
That's a ridiculous cover. Who's the artist on that one again?
John Stinsman, the guy who did Evangeline and Lady Pendragon.
Jesus Christ, nicely done. Good choice.
I was impressed. We've got a nude version of the cover, but we got children around now, so I got to be careful.
Hi, Carol.
What does Carol do?
Hey, Carol.
Carol,
What does Carol do?
Docs for
colors things.
I know. I was just.
I know, but we still got to tell everybody else because not everybody knows. Carol does colors, and she is presently doing some work for Doc. I hear she's chained in the basement until the work's done. But
how Doc works.
I mean, I guess since Rich started that precedent with Jim O'Reilly, it's okay for people to do that now. To just
I didn't do that. That's a lie. Every single moment of that is a lie. Jim O'Reilly is a fake fibber, fake face, ugly.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I remember. I remember. He escaped.
I have to say about jinky
He
face Jim
escaped from
O'Reilly,
your basement.
face head, jerky jerk.
He escaped from your basement. We all saw him appear live on the show after he escaped. We all saw it.
He escaped from Rich's basement, and Rich had to run all the way to the UK to get away from the law.
And then I guess Doc thought, well, if it worked for Rich, and he chained Carol up in the basement.
He just knows how to do it better because he's been in the military.
Carol's willing now.
Yes, but
Carol is more. Put the focus on that. Carol, she enjoys that whole whips and she's like, sticks and stones may break my bones, but whips and chains excite me.
Whoa.
This is kind of what we do, though, is we do these shows to put the focus on different creators. Am I right? Am I right, guys?
Heck yeah.
No.
This is
yeah.
And why we do it. So we're going to go look at some of Carol's colors.
Wow, those are great black and whites. Oh, wait, there it is.
Mariah.
Oh, there's Carol's colors.
Shout out to Doc.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good.
There's Carol's colors.
Carol's
and she's
colors.
got more stuff, but I know that's her.
She does. Where?
She's got more stuff.
She got more stuff.
Oh,
look how blue that is.
Doc got everything. He's got John Dillard print crossover with white bears. The Golem print. Yes.
And look at that swamp thing.
Even a freaking beanie if he gets there, man, y'all.
I want a beanie.
Pretty
I'm
cool.
gonna back this because of the beanie.
There you go. Back it. Get him to 8,000, man.
I love it.
It is less than 1,000 from funded, but this one should be funded. There should be a lot. There should be more support for Doc. Doc does a lot for people, man.
He does.
He does a lot for people. Not only that, but he, dedicates his time coming out, doing shows, promoting people all the time. Give Doc some love, y'all. Go back it.
Absolutely.
Carol's
back
telling
into
me
hiding.
stuff. Hurts my feelings.
Yeah, I had Doc watching me this morning. It was great. I always drop his trailer at the beginning of my show on the Saturday mornings, so I have access to it.
If you scroll through my Twitter, you'll find out the pages I've done.
I guess we could go ahead and play it then, huh?
Go right ahead.
I guess we should. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, that's something I forgot to do with mine.
Revenge, the sweetest morsel to the mouth that ever was cooked in hell.
Doesn't matter what you say or the action that you take. This is not without your will for the problems that you made. You're the name of the justice of evermore legions all around you. Just the things you cannot change and the darkness that's inside you.
It's awesome.
Autobots. It is an awesome trailer.
Yes, indeed.
It's more of that interior art that he drew. There's a lot of that other stuff. Doc is really good at what he does.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Doc's a good man. He is a good man. And he's an exceptional artist too. He's also a teacher like I am. He teaches painting and he's really good at it too.
Oh, good.
La 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 la. So nothing but love, nothing but fun over here in the madness.
The madness.
The madness. Ah.
There you go, Pops. We've got a theme song for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
A Jim O'Reilly right there. Jim O'Reilly.
Yeah, I don't know why he did that. Why would he hire Jim O'Reilly?
Matt Krotz did the colors for that one.
Ugh,
Just wait to see what that Jim O'Reilly one looks like.
I don't know. There's the bottom of the barrel. There's 50 feet of crap, and then there's Jim O'Reilly. That's all I gotta say. I know, right? It's so foul of me to say. I hope Jim O'Reilly doesn't hear all the insults I'm throwing at him.
Do I gotta go look for it? Do I have to? I have to.
No.
Rich.
Especially
person as an artist. He's such a good man. I love him. I really do. I still think he sucks. You know.
You can always play with the madness. That's why we're here.
Can I play with madness? Well, no.
Look.
No.
Carol.
Rock doesn't have anything for me to color at the moment, but he still won't let me out of the bait. All right, yeah. Stay there. Anyway.
Pretty sure that's all on Rich.
It is all on
Rich.
Oh, what'd I do? What'd I say? I've been nice.
You set the precedent by keeping Jim locked in your basement. Man, I'm telling you.
He's out of the basement now. It's not my fault Carol has a fetish. I mean, come on, man.
Carol's trying to get out. See, she's like sending the SOS.
Sending out an
SOS by a band you don't care for.
SOS. Oh, is it
by a band you don't care for? I have no idea what you're talking about, Don.
Sending out an SOS. That's the only song I can think of.
The Police.
See, actually, I know another one, but it's the binary SOS. 100101.
That's a all right. Well,
it's a Rush song. Y'all got to get with it. Red Alert.
Oh, Rush man. Red Alert. Oh fuck! I remember that, but I don't. You ever remember a song when you got it?
1001. Yeah, good stuff.
It's confusing. It's like
I saw them live. I'm not sure they played that one.
Oh yes, they did.
They probably did. I probably just didn't recognize it. Probably just didn't hear it.
I guarantee you they did. I'm what you call
old shitty fatty.
If Ghatti stroked that bass, I know that song. That's all I'm gonna say.
Gotcha.
Hey, go to my subscribe. Oh, great. Here's the other one. Boldcat.
If you want to see something else, Go check out Old Dirty Fatty. I don't know what's there, and there's an 18-year-old
Dirty Fatty
thing right on the beginning. So there's an advisory right on the front of it. So
Click if you
check it out
dare.
at your own risk. Yeah.
I dare nothing. I dare all of it.
Play. Just send help, damn it.
At your own risk.
What do you mean I can't keep up?
Untitled said y'all can't keep up.
I got Stephen B. Stephen B. will be out here later doing his draw stream at 7 o'clock. I think it'll kind of probably be open. So if you want to come out and draw with Stephen B.
Who?
7 o'clock, we're going to be doing that.
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
Talking to whoever wants to come out and hang out with Stephen B. at 7 o'clock.
Stephen B.
Hey. Oh, it's clean. He said no nudity. No nudity.
Okay. All right. That's what some of us worry about.
I'm worried about naked. I'm worried about naked people. I'm too young for that stuff.
Hey, didn't the last time we do the madness or the CRoM Con, there was a kid that was too young for that stuff?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, Vic.
Yeah.
The one with all that hair.
Yeah.
You talking about Tadpole?
Yeah.
Yes, Tadpole.
Little child.
Yeah, Tadpole's still hanging around. I was watching earlier.
Is he watching?
Yeah.
Sweet child of my
Earth's Best Friends is a little more his category of age group than a lot of these other books. Not a put down. That's a good thing. Earth's Best Friends isn't gonna destroy your mind at such a young age.
In Soviet Russia, pussy eat her.
Soviet Russia, mind destroy you.
Now, you know it's not going to be a doc campaign without a coffee cup.
There it is. There it is.
There's not going to be a doc campaign without a coffee cup ever. You'll probably get a different version every campaign.
Yep.
Stretch goals. They got some sketch cards at 5,000, embossed covers at 7,000, the beanie at 8,000, and a foil logo on the cover at 10,000. So it gets better with age, right? You know,
I've been lazy. I gotta.
But go check it out. I mean, this one should be funded already, you guys. I'm just saying.
Should be.
It should be funded
will be.
already.
It will be.
There's only 8 days left. Let's get this.
Yeah, he's got $1,000 to go.
Yeah, yeah. But you guys know Doc's cool. Doc has good product. They split it up into three. They split it up into 3 books to make it more affordable for you. You can get them one at a time as opposed to that big thick ass book that would have cost more. Trying to take care of y'all and give us some cool stuff, maybe something a little bit unique too. So go check it out.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Definitely check it out.
I think he's one of the guys I think I'm one of his backers.
Yep, I backed the book.
Yeah.
I have yet to.
I have to check. I have to double check. Be a liar. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
You want to see the Mary Machine Gun trade paperback advertisement, Pops?
Yes. Show me something.
Here we
Guys, I'm gonna get going. I'm gonna have a late night.
That's it. So far, it's just a teaser.
And you're going to send that to me when?
Whenever you want it. I got the YouTube link. I can just send it to you if you can download YouTube videos.
All you gotta do is send it to me, and I will put it in
I'll send it to you.
in the studios. You know, so it gets played every now and then. Yeah.
I gotta add it. Let me add a coming soon thing.
Yeah, and then next time you're in the studio, you can just add it everywhere.
Yep.
Next time you have admin, you can just go add it in all the studio. I mean, that's what everybody does, right, Michael?
Pretty much, yeah. We jump in and out. We jump in and out with admin. Yeah, do our thing, you know.
I had to use the blah as much as I could.
Yes.
Requirement for trailers these days.
So yeah, Max got Human Hunters coming out soon. You already heard about what Michael's got going on. You've heard about what Timothy's got going on. We're going to go ahead and take a break here until I think 6 or 6:30. Not sure. We might be starting at 6. We might be starting at 6:30. But either way, we will be back this evening. We have Stephen B's draw stream at 7. The CRoM Con version, where people can just come on in and hang out and draw too. And we have the Horror Movie Club tonight. And I want to put this banner up so y'all can see what we got coming up tonight on the Horror Movie Club. Demons!
Oh, Demons.
With Brian Christgau. And you got time between this segment and that segment to go watch it. So I'm gonna put the link in here in the chat for where the movie can actually be seen, and you guys can go watch it real quick and then join us later and hang out and talk about it. Let me get that link.
Sounds good.
Tubi, it's on Tubi. It's free. If you like horror movies, go check this out and then join us later at about 8 o'clock, and we will be talking about it. Right there, Tubi.
Dario Argento presents Demons.
When we do the Horror Movie Club, we usually I think the CRoM Con version. I mean, it's kind of up to Brian, but he does send out the link. Sometimes people can join in. Usually when we're doing the CRoM Con version, we kind of throw it open. But yeah, go check out the movie. Go check out the movie, and join us later about 8 o'clock. And go to the madness. Go join the madness on Facebook, because that's where all this originated. That's our main hub for networking and promotion. All you will see in that group is people's campaigns, people looking for an artist or whatever. It's all marketing and promotion related. There's no who can beat who crap, none of that. It's all about helping serve you guys. So if you're on Facebook and you're not in the madness, I can't help you if you're not in the madness. You gotta go there, drop your links, do all that stuff, because that's why we built it. Right?
Absolutely.
Timothy, you got any parting words before we end segment 1, sir?
Well, I just want to wish everybody best of luck with their projects. Again, thanks for giving us the platform to do the promoting on. And personally, I just want to say it's always great being able to learn a lot from the various creators, and it's how we all pick up tips and try and get a little bit better. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah.
You belong on the radio, man.
Yeah, right.
I'm right here, man. I'm right here on the network. This is my radio.
You got the radio voice.
Yeah. It's a great radio voice for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a little bit of a public speaking background.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
See, and I just answered phones on the radio and said, hey, yo.
Sure.
So, Michael, tell everybody where they can find you, man.
All right. Well, you can find me if you go to my website, www.earthsbestentertainment.com. That's exactly where you'll find all my social media links, and as well as places to find Earth's Best Friends, the individual floppies right now. Right now we have Hyper Feeling Ninja Heroes issues 1, 2, and 3 available, as well as Tween Titans #1 and Animal Tweens #1 and 2. So check those out if you want to purchase now. But like I said, the crowdfunding campaign is going to be a better deal for you because you can get a lot more bang for your buck that way. And I'm also on Facebook, Twitter, all that good stuff. Just look for Earth's Best Entertainment.
All right, Max.
You want to find me? You just go right here. Charlestonpress.com, which we looked at a little bit earlier. It's got all of our social links. It's got all of our information about everything. We release everything on that site before we release it on Facebook or anything. That way, if you go to the site often, you can see all the new stuff before it gets released to Facebook. And it's also where you can find our shop to purchase all of our merchandise and our books.
There you go. And y'all know what we do. The Comic Related Madness, the Madness Comic Network. It is all about promotion, networking, and getting eyes on what indie creators do. I want to say thank you to everybody who showed up today to be on the show. I want to say thank you to everybody who watched, who commented, who shared, all that stuff. It's all important. It's all important to all of us. Oh, yes, I can do that. Hold on. It's really easy. I love this address. Check it out. It's facebook.com groups CRoM Madness.
There you go.
Here we go. Look, great bunch of people. We got like 2,500 people over there so far. 3 years, we've been doing CRoM Con for 3 years now. Hey, it's only going to keep growing. We appreciate everybody who subscribes, who shares out what we're doing, and we'll keep doing it for you as long as you're watching.
Excellent.
With that, I'm going to play about a half a dozen or so ads from different cool people that are part of the madness. I'll start with Mr. Christgau, because he's going to be on here later tonight doing the Horror Movie Club. Go check out Six Gun Gorilla, yo. And right before the Horror Movie Club later tonight, check out Stephen B's Open Draw Stream.
Hey friends, Morgan Quaid here to tell you about a little project called The Crimson Folly, a D&D inspired comic anthology which takes place in a fantasy tavern called, you guessed it, The Crimson Folly. I'm working with more than a dozen artists from all over the world to bring this story to life through sequential comic artwork, intricate portrait pieces, sketches, and of course, words. My aim is to produce a combined comic story and art book. The first 40 pages will be a comic book telling the main story of the Folly and using different artists to build out each section of the story. The art book will then contain sketches and short stories relating to characters from that story. So if you're a fan of D&D, fantasy artwork, comics, or just great storytelling, you'll love the Crimson Folly. Yes, you will.
Hello, my name is Sim, and welcome to the Netverse.
In a world where creatures of myth and legend exist, a covert task force is charged with keeping humanity safe from supernatural threats. And when young Nancy Moon stumbles into the eternal battle between good and evil, she finds... Oh my God, will you shut up? What's happening? Agent Beckett here. Aren't you tired of stuff like that? Want something different? Roll the tape. Whoops. Sorry about that. That's a song I'm writing for my ex. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's more like it. Alrighty. Welcome to the world of the mythicals. We have it all. Monsters. Magic. Government agents. He's the strong silent type. This guy. Ugh, gross, dude. Get some kind of cream or something. Lots of 90s style action. Pew pew pew. And that strong female lead alluded to earlier. Not to mention a dashing field commander with a great sense of fashion. Look at those glasses. South River Studios presents The Mythicals, Issue 1. Buy it, if you dare. Ugh, will you can it already? How'd you get free? Now beat it before I lose my cool.
So what are you waiting for? Back it today. Like right now.
Back the Mythicals today.
I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work.
America's southern border has become a war zone. Human traffickers, drug smugglers, and terrorists flow across the Rio Grande with impunity, secure in the knowledge that no one will stop them. A distant federal government lectures Americans on their privilege while punishing overworked Border Patrol agents who were helpless to stem the tidal wave of invaders and determined migrants. Second-generation Cuban-American Marcos Zamora is a military vet, more patriotic than most Americans. No longer able to ignore the chaos at his doorstep, he acts. Joined by his best friend Gus, they hit the border every night, saving lives while stopping violent drug cartels and other opportunists. The government reacts with fury at Marcos' attempts to preserve American sovereignty, deploying the full might of their enforcement agencies. But Marcos understands that the only thing the rich and powerful fear is bad publicity, and he records every encounter. Whoever he is, this private American must be stopped. Illustrated by Richard Bonk and written by Eisner winner Mike Barron, Private American is his version of Captain America, and maybe a little Punisher, taking part in this ongoing, violent, and very real battle of good versus evil in the war for American sovereignty. Grab your copy at theprivateamerican.com.
We have a secure border, and that is a priority for our administration.
Bringing you sex, sass, and style. Buckle up and unlock your imagination for a fun adventure with these death-dealing dames. They sail the galaxy in search of spoils. The most dangerous acquisition, and the most fruitful, are the legendary Splinters of Yggdrasil. The Splinters are magical artifacts forged from the Tree of Life that wreak havoc on the universe. The missions are perilous, but the bounty is glorious. Enjoy our hyper-fictional wonderland. How is a pirate ship sailing through space? 'Cause magic. How do they heal so quickly after battle? 'Cause magic. How are they able to communicate through jewelry? 'Cause magic. It's all about the characters. Abo, rough, robotic, ready. Mo, carefree, callous, courageous. Mistress Graven, daring, diplomatic, dominating. Betsy, academic, accountable, aristocratic. Nefara, ancient, assured, adrenaline junkie. Bruto, proud, prominent, protective. Fisty, independent, incendiary, invigorating. Roxy, superficial, scarred, secretive. Once you get to know this diverse crew of mythical miscreants, you'll be anxious to find out what trouble they'll get into on the next episode. Go to abogrizzly.com and order both halves of the first episode today.
How do you end this thing? How do you put the where's the brakes on this bus? I forgot.
Jazz
how to drive.
hands. Jazz hands are done.
Comic Books for Kids provides comic books to kids in hospitals and cancer centers across the U.S. It's a place where we can all work together to make sure every child has a comic book. 100% of all proceeds go towards the kids. It's about making a difference, and while they're in the hospital, allowing them to fly like a superhero, battle dragons, or rescue teddy bears. We are in every state in the country and now support over 160 hospitals.